Hello and welcome into day 3 of the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup Championship Tournament. Alongside my good friend Victor Mansouri, I'm Craig Theta, and we are ready for this first game of the day. First of 16 games today. The women's quarterfinals starting things off. This matchup between Team USA and Chile. Victor, another gorgeous morning in Miami, and Team USA looks like it's going to roll like they always do, but Chile is not to be overlooked. They've got some good players, Paula Carrasco most notably, and Chile comes into this one having played some very good basketball so far. This is going to be an entertaining game to kick us off today.
Good morning, Craig, and good morning, basketball fans around the world. Welcome into our final and decisive day here at the FIBA AmeriCup 3x3 in Miami. Like you said, a beautiful day in Miami. We just had a shot there, our division of South Beach, so a beautiful setup, the perfect vibe. And to really kick a start on this very important game for both of these squads, the quarterfinals. Obviously, we know the U.S. and all the history they have and the pool of players. With the game they showed leading up to today, they are the favorites in this game. However, Chile's got nothing against them. As you can see, they're also a roster that's well built, is balanced, and with such a quick game, either the 21 points or the 10 minutes, if you knock down a few shots early, you can put the pressure on the other side. So nothing granted here, nothing given. Both of these squads are going to have to give it their best, and it's going to be a tough day. It is the quarterfinals, so you got to be ready if you want to go all the way to play 3 games, 3 decisive games, all the way to the championship rounds. As we get ready here to see Chile, but yes, Greg, what a game this can be. The United States with a bit of they're a bit of a favorite to this one, but Chile definitely has enough firepower to come up on top.
Getting a look at Team Chile being introduced onto the court right now. Number 4, Paula Carrasco. Number 9, Ada Bernal. Number 11, Nahi Moran. And number 25, Catalina Abuyeres. Chile got here by losing a heartbreaker to Jamaica, 18-17, and then defeating Argentina rather easily by the score of 12-8. Team USA got to the quarterfinals by taking down Colombia, a game they struggled a little bit in, particularly early. Defeated Colombia just 12-6, and then steamrolled Guyana 21-2. Of course, Team USA featuring 3 top 7 2022 WNBA draft picks. That's a little bit of an embarrassment of riches, of course, for Team USA, as it is on both the men's and women's side. As we look at the Team USA women, number 6, Veronica Burton. Number 10, Lexi Hull. Number 12, Melissa Smith. And number 13, Camille Zimmerman.
And having a stacked team like this, Craig, like you said, it just emphasizes how important the USA Basketball Federation takes this tournament so serious, the AmeriCup, as well as the Olympic Games. We saw the women, the USA women's team, take home the first ever 3x3 Olympic gold medal in Tokyo. So this is a program that the USA Basketball puts on very serious. They have tournaments all year round in the country, and to be able to pick players, like you said, former NBA, WNBA draft picks, top draft picks, only really emphasizes how the U.S. is not joking around and really try to come up on top on the 3x3 world.
This game features 3 of the top 4 scorers in the tournament. Paula Carrasco averaging 8 points per game. Camille Zimmerman for the U.S. averaging 7 points per game. And we are underway.
And
again,
we saw Go ahead, Greg.
Again, if you're unfamiliar with the 3x3 rules, 10-minute games, first team to 21 wins. If the teams are tied after 10 minutes, we go to overtime. There is no clock in overtime. The first team to score 2 points in OT wins the game. You don't have to win by 2, but you have to score 2 points in overtime to win. Coin flip determines who gets the initial possession of the game. The winner of the toss can elect to take the ball first, or they can defer to overtime in the event it goes that far. Our officials for this matchup, Kayla Dawson and Maria Olivieri. As Nalissa Smith gives the U.S. their first point of the game and the first lead. Nice feed underneath. Right hand lay-in is up and good for Anahi Moran. Zimmerman misses in close. Gets it back to Smith off the square and in. And it's 2-1 USA. And this game's picking up where we left off yesterday, Victor. A lot of frenetic energy early. They're not taking any time to get themselves warmed up.
No, they're not. They're ready to go.
A good sweat going over on the practice court.
On the practice court, and then they brought that over here. And what's happening, Craig, is that the U.S. is really overplaying the passing lanes. We see them being super aggressive, try to get the ball away from Carrasco because they know she's one of the top scorers in the tournament, like you mentioned. So the USA right now overplaying the passing lanes, which has given Chile twice now backdoor opportunities.
Lexi Hull scores the free throw, and it's 3-2 Team USA. Hull with the steal. Here comes Zimmerman, gives it back to Smith, and then on the give and go, Zimmerman got it back, and USA has doubled up Chile 4-2.
Ran a three-man weave up top, and then Zimmerman, after she gave the handoff, kept going towards the basket, and a beautiful find from Lexi to find Zimmer down low.
Abuyeres launches the two, and that is good. Chile ties it up at 4.
And Catalina Abuyeres, along with Carrasco, they are the X factors here for this Chile team. You see, she's got that size, so she can defend, and we saw a bunch of time yesterday Chile playing through her. So if Catalina Abuyeres can get going here, Chile might have a chance.
Lexi Hull driving past Paula Carrasco. USA now with the 5-4 lead. Carrasco into the paint. And Paula Carrasco whistled for the travel.
Yeah, she was looking for the pass inside, and all of a sudden she had to meet the tree over there and the Silas Smith, and then she just forced the error with the turnover.
Pull up by Camille Zimmerman in the paint, no good. That two was wide right for Ada Bernal. There's Lexi Hull feeding Smith underneath. Smith, a little up and down there. Nice defense by Nahi Moran.
Interesting call. They're not going to call here a jump ball in this case. They let them play, which means the the travel came on top. So did not call the jump ball, and the Chile's going to get the ball back after travel.
Carrasco loses her footing. See a couple players slip early on.
And here a little bit perhaps.
Miami humidity on the court.
The USA there and Lexi Hull. The Chile only had 1 second on the shot clock. Had she backed off, it would have been a desperation shot, but rather it was a blocking foul.
Now a whistle away from the ball. Again, the venue here is covered, but it is still open to the elements as Veronica Burton misses the left-hand layup. Step back, two-pointer is up and good. Anahi Moran ties it up at 5. So if it rains in Miami, the court won't get wet, but it is subject to, of course, the heat, the wind. We see those flags in the background not moving at all right now, but over the course of the past 2 days, we've seen those flags fluttering in the background there behind the backboard between the main court and the practice court. Moran pulls up, won't go, but a foul called.
And Chile with a great start. They're playing really well, efficient basketball game. They're getting to their spots, they're getting the quality looks, and really making it hard for the U.S. right here, 5-5, because like you said, it can get, these is outdoor court. Even though we do have a roof, it can get. In Miami, there is only 4 seasons, as we know. It's either summer or still summer, or we're still back summer and almost summer. So it's going to get hot over there, and we know that. And chilly hot right now against the USA.
Beautiful downtown Miami, just outside FTX Arena on the AT&T East Plaza main court. Just a tremendous, perfect venue for this competition. And going to the free throw line, Anahi Moran. Moran gives Chile their first lead at 6-5. Zimmerman off the glass and in. She ties it back up. Moran launches the 2. No good. Rebound to Hull. Hull clears it. Now Zimmerman back to Hull on the drive. It's Bernal turned the wrong way. Goes to the glass and lays it in. And Hull will go to the free throw line to try to complete the 2-point play.
Wrong way indeed. She attacked the off foot. She attacked the back part of Bernal, and then she just didn't have enough to come back and recover. And you want to avoid those touch fouls and give an extra point to the opposing team.
Hull can't connect on the free throw, so it stays 7-6. 6:28 to play. High-scoring game so far. Zimmerman. Now Team USA with the 2-point lead.
So second time the U.S. runs that play, Craig, on Zimmerman after she gives a handoff. Chile's switching because they recognize it is a 3-man weave on top, but then they're not following the roller, so Zimmerman already got 2 quick buckets on that dribble handoff slip.
And the problem is, even if they do follow, as the 2-pointer was no good, and the foul called on Abuyeres. Even if they do follow, Team USA is just so tall. Abuyeres, the tallest Chilean defender at 6'1", but nobody else taller than 5'9" for Chile, and so Team USA has a big advantage throwing those passes over the defender as the offensive player rolls toward the bucket.
You're absolutely right, Craig. Chile right now really have to put a lot of effort, be efficient, have good technique, because they are outmatched physically. As we can see, the United States with players that can play multiple positions, pass the ball above the defender's shoulders, able to get to the rim. So, yeah, Chile does have a situation to deal with, and perhaps go back to what got you started in this game, which is take care of the ball right here. Don't have to force any issues, and hopefully on defense you can keep your player in front of you.
Long jumper does not go, and Zimmerman's got it. Pass a little too tall that time for the 6'2" Zimmerman, and Chile takes possession. Big hello to everyone watching on the basketball channel on YouTube, youtube.com/FIBA 3x3. First game of the day, quarterfinal matchup between USA and Chile, as Paula Carrasco goes to the bank on Sunday, ties it up at 8. How about this, Victor?
Banks up on Sunday in Miami. We saw it working on the weekend. Yes, a couple of bank shots. And since we're giving hellos and shout outs, I just saw their USA basketball CEOs. We get a good shot of him over there front row, far right with the red shirt, Mr. Jim Tooley, USA basketball extraordinaire, a man that just does all the work behind the scenes. And I bet you he's a proud man right now watching the USA 3x3 team, women's team, just bring on the level of competition to a different level.
Second free throw was good, and USA takes the 1-point lead. And now Paula Carrasco will go to the free throw line off of the foul on Smith. Coming up on the halfway point of this game, at least as far as the clock is concerned. Remember, 10-minute games. Carrasco cannot complete the free throw. 10-minute games unless one team reaches 21. Our next game after this one will be another women's quarterfinal between the Dominican Republic and Canada. A three-pointer short. Smith tracks down the rebound along the baseline. Outside to Hull. Now back into Smith. Smith gets the friendly roll, and USA up again at 10-8. Carrasco bottled up along the sideline, getting it out to Abuyeres. She launches the two. Not sure if Burton got a hand on that, but now an offensive foul called against Melissa Smith.
Extension of the arm. They're fighting for position down low. You see right there, and Carrasco too with a good job selling that foul. But that's what you want to do when you're outmatched, Craig, down low. You have got to front and force that lob pass to the other side. So the USA defense really starting to pay off, and we saw Chile had a great start, but now facing some challenges because obviously the intense defense of the US, the ability to switch, has really put on some pressure for Chile. Yeah, everything now out in the perimeter. As we can see, Chile having a hard time getting things, getting action or situations going to the basket. So that's when you get back to execution, as they do right here, left side pick and roll. And Carrasco able to finish that strong. Good job there.
Yeah, the pretty drive gets Chile back to within two, but Lexi Hull answers. 12-9. Scoop reverse won't go. And now Zimmerman trying to take advantage of the much smaller Carrasco. Lexi Hull misses the two-point attempt. And a shot clock violation. Great defense by Chile that time. Moran. Abuyeres working on Zimmerman. Pops from 10, no good. Gets the rebound. First 12 for Chile. Carrasco drives baseline on Smith. Tries to feed Abuyeres. Abuyeres finally gets it. Launches the long deuce, hits the side of the backboard as the shot clock expires, and it's going to be Team USA ball, and Chile takes timeout. We're so glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from, around the Americas or around the world, for the final day of competition at the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup Championship Tournament. Live from downtown Miami. Full day of action today. First of 16 games. Our next contest coming up immediately following this one. Dominican Republic and Canada. And then our first men's game of the day, Team USA and Mexico.
So with 3:04 left in this game here, Craig, if I'm Chile, knowing that I'm outmatched, I might go here for a situation where I'm going to take some twos to try to, you know, hopefully I make it, put some pressure, because if I keep exchanging baskets on the 1 point, we could be in a situation. So knowing that you got nothing to lose, there's no risk, the pressure is all on the other side, on the U.S., I would perhaps, you know, try to create a situation where I'm going to take the 2-point shots and try to get a lead in this game.
Smith to the free throw line, the number 2 overall pick in the 2022 WNBA draft.
And it's really
Three
important,
of the
Craig,
top 7 of the 22 NBA draft.
They are
Burton,
stacked
Hull,
up.
and Smith, yeah. on this Team USA team.
And you see how important it is for you to defend, because both teams have defended with a lot of intensity. We see right here the U.S. all the way in Chile's grill. But what happens is they're playing defense without fouling. So quickly enough, Chile was doing the same, but they already have the 18 fouls. So good job from the U.S. of playing aggressive defense within the technique and not fouling. That is crucial that, you do that at this level.
Shot clock violation on Chile, and it's Team USA ball, 14-9 with 2:38 to play. Smith over to Hull, now into Zimmerman. Zimmerman gets past Bernal, and the second effort goes in, and now Team USA starting to pull away. Two by Carrasco, misses wide right. And here's Moran. Scoop left hand, no. And Chile starting to get a little frustrated. Abuyeras, nice position on the rebound. Carrasco, Abuyeras was not expecting that ball. Now Carrasco with the defender on the floor is driving to the bucket. Smith closed, tried to get it to Abuyeras. And Chile turns it over. 2 minutes to play.
By Smith in defending two-defender 2-on-1 situation. Chile that time just a miscommunication on that bounce pass. Important, very important offense that they could not finish up on.
Beautiful defense by Catalina Abuyeras on the drive by Hull. Now the two is up and good. Ada Bernal scores from long range, and Chile not out of this one just yet, Victor. It's 15-11. Just over a minute and a half to play.
Not out of this one, and I'll tell you what, she might have a case. There was some extra contact on that shot. We saw her hands finishing up towards the left because of the contact. Anyhow, not called, so you got to play next possession. And here, let's see, Zimmerman just with a good job selling that screen. But Chile not out yet. 4-point game, 1:33 to go. Plenty of time for both squads here.
Zimmerman hits the second, and it's 16-11. 90 seconds to play. Lob inside, pass denied by Hull. Out of bounds, and Chile retains possession, but they will not get the shot off. Too bad for them, because that would have gone in, or it did go in, it would have counted. Burton misses the shot. Chile clears. Now back up top to Moran. She launches the two. Just right. Rebound Smith. Coming up on 1 minute to play and a 5-point USA lead. Back outside to Smith. Spinning move into the lane. Great defense there by Paula Carrasco. Carrasco around the screen. Now the drive. Little backhand pass. Long two. A little too long. Nice awareness by Smith and Zimmerman to get it cleared and get it back under. And now Team USA pulling away 17-11, 33 seconds to play. Pass inside. Easy right-hand scoop there for Burton. And now USA trying to close out Chile, leading 18-11.
18-11, Craig, and hats off to Chile. They started out exactly how you would expect, competing, giving really no attention about who's favored or who's not. However, as the game progressed, the U.S. just has too many skilled players, tall player, athletic that can switch. They're really good passers, an unselfish team. So just too much for Chile to handle, but give a heads off to them. They really played their hearts out here in this quarterfinal.
Great defense by Abuyeras there on the shot by Smith. Now out to Moran as the clock expires, and Team USA will roll into the semis with an 18-11 win over Chile. It was not as easy as the score made it look, Victor. 18-11, Chile hung with Team USA until about the last 2.5 minutes of the game. And then, as you said, the length, the talent, the depth for Team USA, just too much for Chile, and USA will go into the semis.
Yeah, knowing that you have, Veronica Burton, ability to score inside, switch the defenders. You got Lexi Hole, Alicia Smith, Camille Zimmerman. These are just 4 really good basketball players that the U.S. has put together. And we saw them doing it in a humble way. And what does that mean? You see when the teams are focused, when they're ready to play, that they really wanted, that they're hungry on the defensive end. So Chile had a good scoring game, especially in the start. But it was not because the U.S. was not being the aggressor. We saw right there that maybe perhaps was a contact foul, not called. But the U.S. overplayed the passing lanes, made life difficult for Chile, doing exactly the game plan that they thought. Let's put the pressure on early, even if they can hang on with us for a few minutes. In the end, we're going to have an advantage. So hats off to the U.S. For playing the game the right way here in this quarterfinal.
Balanced scoring for Team USA in that game. Veronica Burton had 1 point, Lexi Hull 5, Smith had 6, and Zimmerman had 6. For Chile, Paula Carrasco had 3, Ada Bernal 2, Anahi Moran had 4, and Catalina Abuyeris had 2 points. As now we are starting to meet the competitors in this next quarterfinal. First, Team Canada. Team Canada got to this point in Pool B, losing to Brazil 21-7, and then defeating Guatemala by the same score, 21-7. There you see Team Canada. Number 1, Michelle Plouffe. Number 2, Catherine Plouffe. Number 3, Paige Crozon, and number 4, Casey Bosch. Next up is Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic in Pool D won their opener against Puerto Rico 13-11, and then defeated Trinidad and Tobago 21-13.
Yeah, and these are 2 squads who had a really good days yesterday. Obviously, Canada had a great first game, and then when they ran into the Brazil team that is extremely intense, one of the favorites, I think, on the women's side, they kind of faced some challenges. Brazil had several shots, and that's why we're getting this matchup now. And the Dominican Republic, too, after a big win versus their rivals in Puerto Rico, here they are in a situation where this is a good matchup. We think that Canada does have enough to, to switch on defense, to get this ball screens and the rollers that, they're so disciplined. And the Dominican Republic, a little bit of the Latin flavor, the up and down, the outside shooting that they know. So if you can knock a few of those down, Craig, they can put some pressure on Canada.
Canada wins the toss. And here's our officials for this contest. Deanna Jackson and Felipe Valenzuela. We met Team Dominican Republic a moment ago. Number 5, Chasey Hernandez. Number 6, Jennifer Jimenez. Number 14, Thais Rojas. And number 15 is Sugeri Monsac. Quick move to start by Bosch. Over to Michelle Plouffe. Getting it to her sister, Catherine. She loses her footing, but she finds Michelle under the bucket, and a foul called on Sugeri Monsac.
So just like they drew it up, get a player on the ground, draw all the attention, and just dump it up to the corner. Your sister coming on the other end. Too bad she couldn't finish. Let's see if she can convert the free throw here.
Canada with the early 1-0 lead. Now the drive by Jennifer Jimenez, high off the glass, won't go. Nice right-hand finish by Paige Crozon. This Canadian team took silver at the 22 World Cup. All 4 of these players in that tournament. So this is a Canadian team that has a lot of experience playing together at very high levels, as Catherine hits the short jumper. You have the Plouffe sisters, who also played senior 5-on-5 national team. And you want to talk about, we talk about players who have been in a program together a long time, as you know, they play together their whole lives since they were, you know, in youth basketball and whatnot. But literally, the Plouffe sisters have been playing basketball together literally their whole lives.
And what an honor that should be, right, Craig? Obviously, as a basketball player, you want to try to get to this level where, you know, you're representing your country on the 3x3 or the 5-on-5. That's a dream come true to the majority of basketball players. Now, on top of that, to do it with your family, to do it with your sister, you know, and be able to look back on those memories and those competitions like, hey, we finished second in the world. I mean, those are just priceless things, and I'm sure they're super proud of, and something that they look forward to, and they hold it dearly to their hearts. But yes, it's already a great pleasure to play for your national team. I can't even imagine what it feels like to play for the national team with your sister on it.
Outside to Bosch, with Canada up 4-0 early. 2-pointer, no. Rebound, Monsac. Hernandez to Monsac, launches the deuce. And that'll be a turnover, Canada ball. 8:10 to play. We are in the second game of the day, second quarterfinal of the women's draw. Alongside my partner, Victor Mansoure, I'm Craig Feda. So glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from, around the Americas or around the world. The 2 is up and in for Michelle Plouffe, and it's 6-0 in favor of Canada. Now here's Jimenez on the drive, getting it out to Monsac. Here's Hernandez baseline, that rolls off, and it's Canada ball. Michelle, forward to the corner to Crozon. Her 2 is just short. Rebound very nicely tipped back to Crozon, and now a foul called on Gary Monsac.
And a couple of things to highlight here, Craig, from the Canadian side. Yeah, we see them. Obviously, the defense is there. They're making everything hard to the Dominican Republic. You see good switches up top and just make sure they stay with their player. And on the other side, Canada playing unselfishly on the offense. We've seen several players, once they get to the lane and the help side comes, they're able to dish it off to an even better look, an extra pass to an open teammate. So good, under control basketball by Canada so far.
Well, up and under, a 3-point shot just missed by Chasey Hernandez. Now Michelle with a nice feed to Paige Crozon, and she scores. Step back 2, that is up and good for Jennifer Jimenez. And Dominican Republic with their first 2 points of the game. It's 7-2 Canada. That 2 answered by Michelle Plouffe. And Canada rolling 9-2. There's Jimenez, step back 2. Wide right, almost had her own rebound. Now Crozon for 2. That's good. 11-2 Canada. Hernandez guarded by Michelle, and the foul called.
As we see, take a close look there at Paige Crozon, and last time she knocked down the 2, you saw how her hands were all set. She was waiting for that ball, you know, with she did the pre-work, Craig, you know, and but the moment that the ball arrives and you're able to really place your thumb and your index finger on the right placement, as soon as it catches, man, it's automatic. You've been practicing for this moment. So no hesitation, confident shot. But I do want to emphasize, you know, for the young ones out there watching, do the work before. Play without the ball. So when it comes to you, and she's playing without the ball here on that beautiful lob pass, but do your work without the ball. So when it comes, you're ready to execute without without even thinking about it. It's a natural shot, and we just saw that right there from Canada.
So many subtleties and good fundamentals to getting yourself set up for success. It's having your hand in the right position to anticipate a pass coming in. Beautiful feed underneath to Catherine Plouffe, and she scores with the left hand. Now, Jennifer Jimenez can't score on the layup attempt. Catherine's two-point attempt, no good, and now Monsac, trapped along the baseline, draws the foul.
And good decision. Once you're being trapped right there, you want to try to split right there in the middle. You see right there. So young ones watching, as soon as you get trapped, you want to try to pivot in between both defenders and get yourself a better angle.
Wow, nice drive by Sugeri Monsac, the 41-year-old from Santo Domingo. It's past the defense and in. Dominican Republic trailing by 9. And now going to the free throw line is going to be Paige Crazon. Try to complete the two-point play. 12-3 in favor of Canada. And that is straight through. The lead is 10. Coming up on the halfway mark of this game. Monsac to Hernandez. Shot clock expires, and Dominican Republic turns it over. And again, Victor, we've talked about it through the course of this tournament. That 12 seconds really goes by in a hurry.
Really goes by in a hurry. And when you're playing with a 24-second shot clock on the 5-on-5, we usually tell players, hey, when it goes underneath 7 seconds, you have got to count it in your head. You have got to know how many seconds you have. So here's no difference. With the 12-second shot clock on the 3x3, you got to know by the time you hit that outlet pass, you get a clearance, and you start playing your offense, most likely there will be 8 or 7 seconds left. So you got to count it in your head and get ready to go to action, go downhill, make something happen because the shot clock is winding down.
Beautiful pass from Michelle to Crazon. She misses the initial shot, but then gets the follow-up to go, and it's 15-3 in favor of Canada now. Over to Monsac. She drives past Catherine Plouffe and draws the foul.
Beautiful rip through, attacking the opposite foot. You know, just making sure the defender had no. You see right there once again, now this time the defender got squared up.
Just get it for Jimenez. Launches the long two, just short. Now Plouffe. That two-pointer was up and good for Paige Crazon, and it's 17-3 Dominican Republic now. Pass inside, beautiful find to get Sugeri Monsac open over the extended hand of the defender. We exchange Plouffes. As Michelle comes back on. Now Bosch on the baseline drive, kicks it out to Crazon. Her two-pointer, no good. Rebound Monsac. Outside to Jimenez. Her shot is blocked. Gets it to Monsac. Her shot off the glass won't go. Gets the rebound, and now a foul against Michelle.
A great effort here by the Canadian team, and especially Paige Crazon. We saw her block the shot. We've seen her play without the ball, knock down outside jumpers. So really coming out at the right moment here. What you want to do is you want to get your legs under you in the first round, you know, the pool play. But once playoff time comes, and that's what we have right here, is the quarterfinal of the 3x3 AmeriCup. Once playoff time comes, you got to bring your A game. And that's exactly what Paige Crazon, this Canadian team, is doing. They are focused, locked in, as we can see, play without the ball, ready to shoot right there in that replay. You can see them executing on both sides, and that's what we call playoff mentality.
Beautiful spin move on that replay there by Sugeri Monsac. And I'm sure at some point the 5-on-5 seniors have played each other, so JC Hernandez and Sugeri Monsak are definitely familiar with the Plouffe sisters. They've all been around a while, playing the 5-on-5 senior tournaments. Now the 2 for Hernandez is no good, and we're inside 3.5 minutes. Michelle inside to Catherine. Little spin move, dribbles it off her foot, and Michelle gets whistled for the hold.
Well, both Michelle and
officials
Catherine
on this game, Deanna Jackson and Felipe Valenzuela. Go ahead, Victor.
To your point, Craig, you know, they bring this 5-on-5 field. They're so well-rounded. They're great defenders. They can put the ball on the ground. They know they have the footwork inside. They can knock down outside shot. And that overall balance as a basketball player really makes a difference here on the 3-on-3, because obviously you're required to play outside and inside. So if you got your fundamentals out there, you see a beautiful backdoor cut as she shot that a mile away. If you got those fundamentals down, just like Michelle and Catherine do, it really transfers over and it gives you an advantage.
Shot clock already at 2 for Hernandez. Her shot misses. And now here comes Michelle on the baseline. Whips the pass underneath to Paige Cruzan. A foul called on JC Hernandez. 2:40 to play. Canada up 18-4. Little slingshot pass there. JC Hernandez thought she had a clean block there, and it did look pretty good. Look, she got a lot of ball. But Paige Cruzan sinks the free throw. Shot by Hernandez hits the side of the backboard, and Canada now with a chance to win the game with a 2-pointer on this possession. Bosch to bring it in. Hands it off. A little weave by the Plouffes, a kick out. But Bosch, she thought about the 2. Instead, she drives baseline and gets the easy 1. And now Canada just 1 point away from a berth in the semifinals. Foul there on Monsac.
And this is where we mentioned the game before, you know, you really have got to be careful with the foul situation and not put your team, and good job by Dominican Republic. They have 14 fouls, but Canada with the 7. Once again, you know, it's the details. And as you go further onto this tournament, as we're going to have a game here, Craig, and Canada's going to advance. As you go forward, you really have to play to every detail possible, and not fouling is one of them.
Thank you for your participation.
Plouffe misses the 3, but therefore the putback is Cruzan, and Canada advances to the semis with a convincing 21-4 win over Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic came into this one playing very well, and Canada looks like they are playing to their potential, handily defeating a very capable Dominican Republic team.
Yeah, and the reason why they're going to walk out of here with a convincing 21-4 is because from the start, from the goal, they were all energy. They were switching on defense. You see right there, ready to play, ready to knock down the shot. Unselfish play, just making sure people were touching the ball. So good job by the Canadians, really dominating the floor, you know, dominating the glass, and putting a lot of pressure on this Dominican Republic team, who fought hard, had a good tournament, but the Canadians were just too much to handle here in this quarterfinal.
Our next game is going to be between the top-seeded USA men and the 7th-seeded team Mexico in the quarterfinals on the men's side, as we get another beautiful look out into the bay. Cruise ship in the background. So we're waiting for some final numbers on that Canada-Dominican Republic game. Hopefully we'll be able to get those to you here in just a moment. Team USA got to the quarterfinals by defeating Brazil 19-15. in a very fun game. Prior to that, they took down Guatemala 22-6. Mexico draws Team USA by losing to Canada 22-9 and squeaking past Guyana 16-15. As you see Canyon Barry in the background practicing those underhand free throws. I think in college he hit 42 straight free throws, that technique.
I have seen guys practice the underhand shot. It's not an easy shot. It's something that you really have to develop. And that's why we don't have many guys doing it. Obviously, the Berries, one of the best ever to do this. As a matter of fact, led the league, I believe, the NBA in free throw shooting with the under the hand shot. So they got that one locked down. But, you know, if you're the young ones out there watching, yeah, it's something that you want to learn, something you want to do. And here we see, Craig, the quarterfinal matchup with the beautiful background of South Beach, Miami, here in the FTX Arena. So Mexico's going to have their handful with the United States. Expect Ruiz Cortez, Avila, Isaac Gutierrez. Really, they're going to have to bring it because the U.S. has just too much power and the ability, the athletic team, to switch multiple positions as well. So if you're Mexico, you got to start with an early, with a good start early on, and then hopefully in the last couple of minutes be in a position to win this game. But yes, classic game, rival game, USA versus Mexico on this FIBA AmeriCup 3x3 down in Miami.
Final numbers on the quarterfinal game between Dominican Republic and Canada. Jennifer Jimenez scored 2 points for DR. Sugeri Monsac had 2. For Canada, Michelle Plouffe had 7. Catherine Plouffe had 3. Paige Crazon had 10 points. Casey Bosch had 1. So Canada getting better as they proceed in this tournament. As we see on the monitor, Angel Hernandez enjoying the music prior to the start of this one.
Enjoying the music. And Craig, taking a look here at our live chat at the YouTube channel, and I see that Tiger King has a question. He's saying, when do people shoot, Mardar that is, when do people shoot free throws as bonus? So to answer your question, is foul 7, 8, and 9, you will shoot on the bonus, and after 10 team fouls, it will be double bonus, so you're shooting and also getting possession. So, yeah, if you got a couple more questions, you want to interact with us, let us know there on the chat as we are live here from the FIBA channel. But, yes, team fouls 7, 8, or 9 are the one that will get you on the bonus situation.
Good questions. Glad to be interacting with everybody on the basketball channel, the FIBA channel on YouTube, youtube.com/FIBA 3x3. And for all the additional content on this tournament, head to the official tournament website for pictures, video, highlights, recaps, stats, player profiles, everything you can possibly imagine. FIBA.basketball/3x3 AmeriCup/2022. Just moments away from tip-off for the first quarterfinal on the men's side. Pair of women's quarterfinals already in the books. Team USA defeated Chile 18-11, and Canada downed Dominican Republic 21-4. Third of 16 games today as we get a look at Dylan Travis, Division II national champion with Florida Southern. He is one of the most experienced 3x3 players playing in the top events, FIBA World Tour events all over the world. As we see the flags in the background starting to flutter a little bit as we approach the noon hour in Miami. There's Canyon Barry, son of the NBA Hall of Famer Rick Barry. There's a striking resemblance to his dad, especially at the free throw line, shooting those free throws underhanded. You have to wonder if he does it as kind of a tribute or if that's just how his dad taught him growing up.
Yeah, I think they're probably both, Craig. You know, when you mentioned both of the sisters in the Canadian team, you know, that are able to play with each other on the national team. And then you look at it this way, too. The Berries are also with a humongous history in basketball. Now, all of a sudden, you see your child, you see your son playing for your national team. They must be super proud. Now, when he was learning how to shoot that free throw, I think, now this is just a guess, right? If I'm the coach, I say, look, I'm going to teach you both ways. I'm going to make sure that you learn, and then we're going to see which one you do best, you know. So maybe he does shoot that underhand free throw as a tribute, but also because he learned that skill when he was going with that to the basketball court.
And if he wasn't any good at it, I'm sure he'd have given it up long ago. But as we mentioned, he shot, I think, 41 or 42 consecutive free throws at one point in college underhanded. So it's not like he's doing it as a tribute and is just laying bricks up there. He's sinking those free throws.
If you're making them, you know, anything above 80% is acceptable. So if you try to get to that 85%, you know, 88%, you're a really good free throw shooter. If you can get to the 90s, forget about it. You're going to lead the league. But now, if you're underneath the 80%, 70%, 75%, then we do have to work on a few things, okay? It's a free throw. You got all time in the world, so make sure you put that rep in. If it's over the hand or under the hand, well, let's get to that 80% mark, and that's what you want to be shooting for.
I think I saw a clip from Shaq recently where he talked about his career, and he said one of the only regrets was that he missed, I think the number was 5,000 free throws or something like that.
Well, yeah, and that goes without saying, right? Like, come on. You're someone that can get some reps. Obviously, Shaq, you know, with the humongous hands, maybe his technique wasn't there, wasn't so easy for him. But if you put in the reps, you practice over and over and over and over and over again, really there's no reason why you can become a good free throw shooter because it's a technique that everybody can master.
Here's a look at the team from Mexico. Number 1, Julio Ruiz. Number 2, George Perez. Number 3, Isaac Gutierrez. And number 4, Ricardo Avila. Those gorgeous uniform tops that Mexico is wearing in this tournament. We haven't seen those at the international level before. And those are just so sharp with the national symbol of Mexico in the background, the eagle. Their colors, red and green and white and black. As now we are being introduced again to Team USA. Number 5, collegiate legend Jimmer Fredette, National Player of the Year in 2011 at Brigham Young. Number 6, Canyon Berry. Number 9, Kareem Maddox. And number 15, Dylan Travis. Kareem Maddox is a fascinating guy. Ivy League Defensive Player of the Year in 2011, all first-team Ivy League. He's got a degree in English literature from Princeton. Worked for National Public Radio. He's a fascinating guy.
And that's the stories that we want to hear, Craig. You know, just obviously basketball being a sport that people have fun playing with it. But as you dive into it even more, basketball can open up an avenue for you to develop not only your physical abilities, your social aspects of meeting teammates and getting and learning how to win and lose in this life, but also, you know, taking care of your health, and most importantly, adding that education piece. Obviously, the travel, you get to see different cultures, you get to be in amazing places. So many good things that sports can bring to you, and especially after the pandemic, you know, now that we dive into the digital world and the world of technology, the importance of practicing physical activity daily, and if you get a chance to compete and play basketball with it, even better.
Julio Ruiz gives Mexico an early 1-0 lead. Canyon Berry now the follow-away 2. Rebound high off the back iron to Maddox. Here comes Jimmer. Around the screen by Maddox. Working on Ruiz, falls away. No. Tip by Maddox won't go. Rebound tied up between Maddox and Ruiz. Mentioned our officials, Angel Hernandez, who we saw doing a little boogie thing for the game, enjoying the music here in South Beach. And Gonzalo Paz, our other official for this game. Just underway. Glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from. Alongside Victor Mansoure, I'm Craig Beta. First men's quarterfinal of the day.
And let's see what the call here is. I believe it's hand checking when Ruiz was trying to go to his right. And that's why we had the reset.
Ruiz again with the driving left-hand layup. Now Fredette. And the foul.
Fredette, once he caught it, Craig, you know, he had the ability to take that shot, but we saw he just slowed it down for a second and knew he had the lane, so he explored that. He's going to get himself an early trip to the line. But I do want to emphasize that once you catch it, you have about a second or two to understand what the best decision is.
9 minutes to play in this game, at least as far as the clock is concerned. Remember, we play 10-minute games here in the 3x3 format, unless somebody reaches 21 first. Now Maddox across to Travis. Shot clock at 4. His wide open 18-footer is bank. Now Catalayud with the step back, and he gives Mexico the 4-2 lead. Travis looks like he was elevating for the jump shot and then decided to hit the cutter underneath.
The cutter. Yeah, he saw the cutter.
There's still a little too much float on that.
And good read by Mexico. And from the weak side, too, they saw that the lob pass was going to come to the cutter, and then they help. And then there's a little bit too much on the lob pass and turnover for the U.S.
Ruiz could not score over Kenyon Berry that time, but Mexico gets it back. And now the hanger up and in for Ricardo Catalayud. And now Kenyon Berry answers with the two-pointer, drawing Team USA back to within 1 at 5-4. Now Ruiz again with the left hand. That one won't go. A little too hard off the glass. Berry. Over to Travis. Back out to Berry for 2. That one rattles out. Rebound tapped back, and Berry grabs it. A little skip move. Berry could not corral it. And now the 2 is up and in. Ricardo Catalayud gives Mexico a 7-4 lead. Now Travis for the answer. Yes. And he wanted the foul.
And I believe he's going to get a warning or either a technical foul for it, because he had some words for the referee to say. He said, don't say that, don't do that, because Travis thought that he was fouled on that jump shot, and he might have a case, really. But the referee,
I agree, but he was pretty demonstrative. And if you're unfamiliar with FIBA play, you do not get a lot of leeway with the officials. You get the one finger, you get the index finger saying, okay, that's enough. And then you get the T. Unless you're really demonstrative straight out of the gate. Yeah, Travis really probably could have been teed up there. Now Jimmer Fredette, so he finds Maddox. Very nicely done. Pretty pass from Fredette to Maddox, and we're tied at 7. Perez picks up the dribble, gets it out to Gutierrez. He drives on Maddox. Baseline left hand. Pretty move there by Isaac Gutierrez.
Now we're going to have a violation here after the basket. Let's see. I believe that after the score was made, I'm sorry, I was looking at my notes. I missed. I believe it was out of bounds. Nope, just going to go restart on the top.
Fredette to Maddox. Back out to Berry. Open 2. Just missed. George Perez with the rebound. Catalayud trying to get past Fredette, and does, all the way to the glass and lays it in with the right hand. Outside to Maddox. Two-pointer for Jimmer, no. Maddox is there for the putback, though. And it's 9-8 Mexico, 6:33 to play.
Mexico just completely forgot to box out on that last play. So winning the boards battle is going to be crucial here, Craig, in the last 6 minutes.
Canyon Barry will go to the free throw line, so we'll see that underhand free throw attempt in just a moment following this timeout. Once again, you are watching the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup Championship Tournament. Day 3 of competition. We're into the quarterfinals. This is the first men's quarter of the day. A couple of games already on the women's side in the books. Team USA defeated Chile 18-11. And Canada steamrolled Dominican Republic 21-4. Outside FTX Arena in beautiful downtown Miami. AT&T East Plaza. Just the absolute perfect venue for this tournament.
Perfect venue and perfect start for Mexico. If you're asking them if they wanted to have a 10-8 lead, 10-9 lead with just, almost 4 minutes into the game, I'm sure our players would have said yes.
Yeah.
That's the position we want to be on. So good start here for Mexico, because the U.S. is putting pressure on the perimeter. He's trying to, really amp up the intensity on the defensive end. But Mexico has been able to answer the bell so far.
Foul on Team USA. Pretty clean game so far, just 5 fouls between the two teams. Now Gutierrez picks it up in the paint, and now here is Cataliud. Won't go. Mexico tracks down the rebound. Fresh 12. Here's Ruiz working on Barry. Great defense by Canyon Barry, and he picks his pocket. And Barry did not clear it. Yeah, Barry did not clear it, and so that bucket will not count. You have to take it all the way out beyond the arc. Doesn't have to necessarily be up top. Let's see if we can. Yeah, Canyon Barry never took it back out beyond the arc. He might have thought that he was. But a great call by Angel Hernandez along the baseline, and it's 11-9 now. Mexico, 5:40 to play. Here's Jimmer Fredette, finds Maddox on the lob. Can't get it to go, but he draws the foul on Julio Ruiz.
Yeah, Maddox that time went up with it in front of the rim. As you see, he rolled the basket. Maybe perhaps if he was trying to score that off the glass, he could have gotten the and one. Just came up short after the contact.
That was a great reaction there. George Perez, after committing that foul, winced a little bit. Great job by our camera people, as always, best in the business.
Yeah, and this seems like it's going to be an offensive foul here. Just too much contact from Isaac Gutierrez as he ran straight. You see right there, boom, he ran straight into Dylan Travis. So good call by the referees.
Victor, you saw from that camera angle there, they've got our cars in the background again. Those beautiful BMWs. Canyon Barry.
The car today,
out to Jimmer.
Not the boats.
No boat. They'll just take the car. Oh, look at that little hook by Julio Ruiz. Used the left hand, and Jimmer Fredette saying, yeah, what about that?
And we're joking around here, but Mexico's not joking around.
No, they are not.
Bucket, able to get the steal. As Jimmer's having an argument here with the referee, say, hey, where was my space in the restricted area? There was none. They actually lost the ball and turned it over. So Mexico with a 2-point lead. Can they score a bucket at 1 point or a 2 point and really start putting some pressure on the U.S. on the back end of the clock?
Travis and Fredette for Team USA showing a little frustration so far. Trailing by 2 at the halfway mark of this game. Shot fake by Gutierrez. Goes to the glass and lays it in, and Mexico is on top by 3. Now Travis with the 2-pointer to get Team USA back to within 1 at 13-12. Beautiful crossover by Cataliud, but lost it out of bounds.
That was a big bucket by Travis, giving an answer right there in the U.S. They didn't want to fall behind too much. They want to stay closer within this game.
Ruiz getting past Travis. Shot blocked by Maddox. Gutierrez gets it back, though, and lays it in, and Mexico back on top by 2, 4.5 minutes to play. Jimmer gives it up to Maddox, swoops in, was going to try to dunk it, but could not quite get there. He lays it in with the 2 hands. And now the pass out of bounds from Gutierrez, and it'll be Team USA ball with a chance to tie or take the lead with a deuce.
Great awareness by Jimmer. He saw that the defender was coming, so he kind of looked around for his trailer, and beautiful dish for the finish.
Barry misses the follow off of the 3, rather the 2 by Travis, but he draws the foul.
The importance of rebounding, Craig. You know, you play good defense, you got to finish off right here by getting the possession. And I think the ones that can win the rebounding battle here in the last few minutes are going to come out on top in this game.
There's Barry with the underhand free throw. And we're tied up at 14. And again, Victor, we talked a moment ago about the fouls. Barry loses his footing off the hand of Maddox, and it'll be Mexico ball. Talked about the fouls a moment ago when we had a question from a viewer on the YouTube chat about fouls. Mexico with 16 fouls. Team USA will be shooting 2 after each foul
here.
now. Team USA only with 3 team fouls, though. So, yeah, that sends Kenyon Barry to the free throw line.
So these are the details that make so much difference, you know, in a game like this. You know, you executing, you're playing, so you got the U.S., man, with pressure. I mean, Mexico, they're 6 points away from walking out of here with a ticket to the semifinals. So at the same time now, 17 fouls, that's what you got to avoid. You don't want to give the other team free trips on bonus to the free throw line. But a great game so far, Craig. Extremely competitive, and both teams representing. You can start to feel the tension a little bit in the air, as the U.S. obviously always going to be favored in any basketball game. But Mexico putting the pressure on here in this quarterfinal.
Player Ricardo Catalud has really impressed me in this game. 6'1", 30-year-old from Veracruz, playing in his first international event, playing at a very high level in this game. So another pair of free throws for Kenyon Barry. First one is straight through. Can he give Team USA the lead? He can, and it's 16-15 now in favor of USA.
And we got a 3-second call here.
Yeah.
I think it was a bit too quick. Let's see, maybe because of maybe it was a 3-second with being pressured, playing with his back to the basket.
Yeah, that had to have been what that call was. Barry misses the 2 and a whistle away from the shot.
And now we got a technical foul on Jimmer after he was arguing that he was being held going to the offensive rebound. Mexico player was asking for a double foul, like both guys had action. And the wrong moment, you see, he argued a little bit. He got a wrong moment to get a technical foul at this crucial last 4 minutes of the game. Reminding everybody, it's the first of 21. So we might have a finish before the clock is done.
And Jimmer Fredette, with a lot of international experience, really should know better that you don't get a lot of latitude with FIBA officials. So Mexico ties it up, Craig, on the, yeah.
You gotta make smart decisions. You are 3 buckets away, 3 or 4 buckets away from getting a ticket to the 3x3 AmeriCup.
So Kenyon Barry has a seat. Maddox to his right. Back to Jimmer. Catch and shoot. Splash that one. Shot. Think he's made a couple of million of those in his life?
Oh,
and
big
now
shot.
The offensive foul on George Perez.
Like you said, he's made a million of those. As soon as he stepped into it, 1-2 step, no hesitation, and in a very important moment. So big shot there by Jim. So 1-2 into it, knew exactly what he was doing. Has done this with his eyes closed a million times, and they really needed that one.
The Team USA on top by 2 now, and they have the ball after the foul. Here's Travis for 2. Missed that one left. Gutierrez the rebound. Back out to Cataliud. Gets Maddox in the air. Launches his deuce of his own. No. Gutierrez the rebound. Trying to work over Fredette and does. Mexico back to within 1. Coming up on 3 minutes to play. There's Fredette. He was right around Maddox. Oh, no call on the elbow by Maddox. He pushes Cataliud to the floor. Maybe a little bit of an acting job by Cataliud, but there was definitely contact on that screen.
And then Jimmer here actually raised his leg. Doesn't say a word on the 2-on-1 situation. You know, we tell the defender all the time, if you're the one in disadvantage, you're the one, and there's 2 guys coming at you, you want to defend with everything you have, your hands and your legs. And what Jimmer did that time, he kind of opened his leg. That's why the referees are saying we're going to get a reset on the shot clock, but definitely a bailout here. You see right there, 2-on-1 situation. Boom. Oh, and he might have a case. It never hit his leg, actually hit his arm, even though he put his leg up. But Mexico's going to get a fresh shot clock.
Ruiz driving on Maddox, tried to get it out to Cataliud, but Cataliud zigged, the pass zagged, and it's going to be Team USA ball.
Well, it actually touched before it went out of bounds. It touched Dylan Travis, so Mexico's going to have it here. Important offense, Craig.
You have better eyes than I do, and the foul on Travis. So now Team USA with 6 fouls.
The hand check will last in 4 seconds. You have got to be aware of the shot clock.
Cataliud on the handoff to Perez. Back to Cataliud. Driving on Barry. Step back baseline jumper. A little too strong. Rebound Maddox. Inside 2.5 minutes on the clock. Barry over to Maddox. To the elbow. Back to Travis. The 16-footer is good. Pretty shot there by Dylan Travis. And Team USA now within striking distance of the win. Now another player hits the deck on a screen and no call. That time it was an American player that went down off of the screen by Gutierrez. Travis went for the win, did not get it. 19-18. Lob inside. That went off the glass. And now Barry. Lob inside to Maddox. Maddox.
Going to be, I can hear Angel from here, Mexico. It's going to be Mexico ball. And if I'm Mexico, I'm going to call a timeout right now. You know, a lot on the line. They're 3 points away. They cannot get scored. They actually got bailed out with a 2-pointer. The U.S. was trying to go for the win. They missed. So if I'm Mexico, timeout, talk things over, get your legs under you once again, because, I mean, this is it right here, Craig. Doesn't get any better on this Sunday morning. USA versus Mexico, a classic. And a 19-18 score with just a few minutes to go.
Who needs Sunday morning coffee? We got this one to wake you up.
That's right. And both teams know exactly
these 2 teams.
What's on the line, and that's why they're being so physical. They respect each other, and they want to walk out of here with that, you know, semi-final smile when this game is done, and that's why we don't need no coffee, because players are going at it right now.
Minute 47 on the clock. Here's Ruiz. To Cataliud for 2. Oh, I thought that was going in, Victor. That was a good look by Ricardo Cataliud.
Good execution. Isaac setting that screen for Cataliud. And he missed it, just missed a little bit to the right, but they got exactly the shot they wanted.
Barry on the drive, right hand up and in, and now Team USA can win it with a bucket of any kind. So here's Gutierrez over Barry, high off the glass, won't go. Gutierrez gets his own shot off to square it in, and now Mexico can win it with a 2. Maddox to Jimmer Fredette. Fredette spinning out to Maddox, back to Jimmer from 20, just short. Jimmer Out to Barry. Barry, little Euro into the lane, can't get it to go, but Maddox is there for the tip. And Team USA advances to the semis with a gritty 21-19 win over a very, very game Mexico team.
What a game this was, Craig. Down to the wire, 21-19. You cannot ask for a more competitive game from both of these squads. Mexico just fell short there in the end. Seemed like they got a little bit tired, was not able to get the looks they wanted. And the U.S., you know, give credit to them, all four guys. Hard defense, hard-no defense, and able to get it done here in the end, especially Barry get into the lane as well. So great game, great competitive game, exactly what we expected from both of these squads.
Our next game will be Dominican Republic against Trinidad and Tobago. As we wait for the final numbers on this game, very exciting game between Mexico and the U.S. Both teams had a chance to win at the end. Mexico, once they got to 19, I don't think they got the ball with a chance to take a 2 for the win. For Team USA, Jimmer Fredette, 3 points. Kenyon Barry, 7. Kareem Maddox with 4. Dylan Travis had 7. For Mexico, Julio Ruiz, 3 points. George Perez did not score. Isaac Gutierrez had 6. And Ricardo Cataliud with 10 points in that game. And that game, Victor, between Mexico and U.S., very, very typical of the absolute prototype of the 3x3 game.
Typical. Physical game, dynamic, guys getting fouled hard, having to earn it at the free throw line, you know, plenty of a dribble, a handoff, and we had a couple extracurriculum activities, a couple of offensive fouls, a couple of no calls, technical fouls. I mean, we had a little bit of everything in that game. And like you said, typical of the 3x3, and especially here in the quarterfinal of the AmeriCup.
As we meet Team Trinidad and Tobago, number 1, Akil Boyd. Number 3, Nathan Lewis. Number 4, Moriba de Freitas. And number 30, Adrian Joseph. Trinidad and Tobago lost their opener to Puerto Rico 21-15 and then defeated Argentina 17-12, as now we meet the Dominicans. Dominican Republic downed Chile in their opener 21-13 and then beat St. Lucia 21-10. As here is Team DR. Number 2, Diego Moquete. Number 4, Cesar Reyes. Number 8, Shamil Ballas. And number 27, Carlos Rivera. 2 of these players played in the 20 Tokyo Olympics. Reyes and Rivera. Lots of experience on this Dominican Republic team. Diego Moquete and Shamil Ballas were on the 21 AmeriCup team for Dominican Republic. As we get the coin toss here. Glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from, around the Americas or around the world, for day 3 of the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup Championship Tournament. There's our officials for this game, Felipe Valenzuela and Deanna Jackson. Trinidad and Tobago, the first possession of the game. And Boyd gives Trinidad their first lead of the game.
Boyd starting out, Craig, exactly where he left it off, man. I mean, this guy can put up numbers quick, and that's exactly what he did. We have seen Boyd show everybody the South Beach flow, my friend. He can get to the rim, cross you over, pull up, Boyd, you got to pay attention to him, as you see right there with the nice bounce pass. Just a little bit too low for the big. And then Cesar Quesada, or excuse me, number 4, Moriba de Freitas, just not able to get a handle.
Moquete to Rivera. Back to Moquete. Shot clock at 6. Oh, beautiful feed, but they can't convert. Rivera just missed. That would have been a highlight reel bucket there. And now Lewis. They're foul away from the ball.
And the nice lob pass before just couldn't finish. We tell young people out there watching, when you throw in the lob pass, what you want to do is you want to make a pass towards the rim, but just a little bit off. So your pass has to be right beside the rim and then allowing the big or the player coming through to come catch that alley-oop. So don't aim for the height, but rather aim for the rim just a bit beside it.
And a foul on the 2-point attempt by Akil Boyd.
And Akil Boyd, Craig, really reminds me of someone I played against back in my high school days when we were at the blue chip basketball camp. Is Brendan Jennings. You know, just have that lanky body, left-handed. Played for Milwaukee, played for the Detroit Pistons. But Boyd just kind of has that game to him. He can pull up, as we see, he's shooting 2 right here because he broke down his defender, got him up in the air. So nice to see Boyd. You know, just a tremendous talent here on the court.
Gets the second free throw, and it's a 2-0 lead for Trinidad and Tobago. As you like to say, Boyd's got some salsa to him.
Yes, he does. He's bringing all that Trinidad and Tobago salsa. He's also getting some salsa from the Dominican Republic and putting it into that mix. I mean, my friend, this guy is a handle. So if you're the Dominican Republic, what you want to do, Craig, is you want to deny him the ball and even potentially trap him so he can get rid of the basketball.
Joseph from the right elbow. Nothing but floor on that one. A big hello to everyone watching in the islands, Trinidad and Tobago and Dominican Republic, on the basketball channel on YouTube, youtube.com/FIBA 3x3 for this particular tournament. Just so much content on the FIBA basketball channel on YouTube. Tournaments and activity from all over the world as Nathan Lewis strikes to give Trinidad a 4-2 lead. That 2-pointer won't go. Rebound, Adrian Joseph. Joseph out to Boyd. Wide open 2-pointer. It was a set shot practically. Boyd back out to Joseph. He launches a deuce.
Too. So Boyd here, you know, we spoke about his ability to score, but just got a bit too flashy this time. You know, opened the leg on that 2, and then with the behind the back pass there. So yes, you want to be effective. If that's your game, great, but you want to be effective.
Beautiful pass from Boyd into De Freitas. The shot blocked. Great defense by Dominican Republic. Carlos Rivera denies the attempt, and the Dominicans will attempt to pull closer. Like that one went off the foot of De Freitas. And so Dominican Republic will have it up top. Shot clock at 2, now 1. The hanger is off the back iron for Moquete, and now a 3, or rather a 2 from number 3, Nathan Lewis. Now Joseph driving baseline, gets around Reyes. Pretty left-hand finger roll, and it's 5-2 Trinidad. Kick out just a little too far for Carlos Rivera, and it'll be Trinidad ball. Our on-court host back on his feet, working the quarterfinals. One of the hardest working men in the arena. Beautiful 3-point bucket by Adrian Joseph. And how about this, Victor? Trinidad and Tobago 7-2 over Dominican Republic.
7-2, and I'll tell you what, my friend, Adrian Joseph, with no Sunday hosts, he's not a good friend right now. Just a shake and bake pull him to the back and hit him with that 2. That's how you put Trinidad and Tobago on top, 7-2. Beautiful play there by Adrian Joseph.
Ballas hits the free throw, and it's 7-3 now. Tried to get it to Joseph underneath. Beg your pardon, they were looking for De Freitas. Now back up top. Ballas short on the 3. Or the 2, rather. Now the Dominicans streaking a little bit. 7-5 now. Here's Boyd. He loses the handle. And Rivera kicks back out to Ballas. Back to Rivera for 2. Back iron, and the rebound to De Freitas. Here's Boyd in the corner, finding De Freitas back outside. Just beautiful ball movement by Trinidad. Now Boyd, the behind the back pass. De Freitas, it will not fall. Boyd gets it back, floater with the left hand, and scores in the paint. My goodness, great work by Trinidad, crashing the offensive glass there. And now the 2-pointer missed wide right for Moquete. Now from the corner for 2, that's no good for Boyd. Now that 2-pointer by Ballas misses everything, and that's going to be Trinidad ball. Timeout on the floor. Boy, we need a breath as well. These guys are running around and chucking in this one between Trinidad and Tobago and Dominican Republic. You would expect nothing less from the Dominicans.
Nothing less, man. And a good timeout here actually for both the squads, because what happens, Craig, is when we start to see here the last 2 or 3 possessions, you know, they're getting the looks, but not perhaps the right look. So what you want to do is get the timeout. Hey, guys, remember the set we ran this morning in practice? Well, we got it, and go to that. Make sure that because we have seen the top teams do that. The USA on the men's side, Brazil on the men's side, Canada, which, by the way, we have a great matchup in Canada-Brazil today. But the good teams are executing, especially when things are not going for them. So I expect these squads here to go back to basics.
Boyd misses that teardrop floater after we saw the highlight of the other one from in the paint. Freitas just short. And now Dominican Republic on the reset. Here's Moquete from 18, no good. Rebound to Boyd. Boy, Akil Boyd is just everywhere in this game. And a 3-second call against.
But just took a bit too long for that lob pass. So 3 seconds inside the key for Trinidad. And if you're the Dominican Republic, you really got to get a couple buckets here. Hopefully this is one right there. And a good block. The referee says too much contact. But yeah, if you're the Dominican Republic, you want to start chipping back in here because you see that Trinidad is struggling to score as of late.
Yeah, there's a lot of body underneath there by Nathan Lewis. And Ballas will go to the free throw line to try to get Dominican Republic one closer. Misses, rebound to Joseph. And again, a shooting foul. You get 1 free throw on a 1-point shot. Of course, you get 2 free throws on a 2-point shot. Here's Reyes. The over-the-head pass. 2-pointer from Rivera, no good. Rebound by Lewis. Lewis out to Boyd. Boyd a little back and forth. Shot clock at 2. He's got to put it up and throws it away. Reyes ends up with it, takes it back out. Little spin move, step back 2-pointer. Oh, that would have been a pretty highlight move there. Rivera, the rebound off the glass and in. 8-6 with just under 4.5, or rather, just under 4.5 minutes to play. A lot of action, but not a ton of scoring in this game so far. Although it seems like a lot of the points come in a flurry toward the end of most games. And now Ballas whistled for the foul by Felipe Valenzuela. Diego Moquete pleading DR's case. Nice job denying the pass there by Shamil Ballas. And it'll be Trinidad ball. Shot clock's at 9. Here comes Lewis. Left-hand layup off the drive is up and in. And Trinidad back with a 3-point lead. Here's Moquete trying to find Rivera underneath. It's kicked out of bounds, and it'll be Dominican ball.
But good decision. Attack the rim, and good things are going to happen to you. He could have gone for the floater himself rather than try to dump it into the big and a kickball foul call. But if the Dominican Republic, there you go. No foul call that time, but keep attacking the rim, and good things are going to happen.
Boyd's 3 short. Freitas just about had the rebound, and now Carlos Rivera hits from 2-point range. 3:45 to play. Dominican Republic back to within 1. And stepping on the baseline is Diego Moquete as he tries to save it, so it'll be Trinidad ball. 3:40 to play. Again, if the teams are tied after 10 minutes, we will go to overtime. First team to 2 in overtime wins the game. The clock will be off. Shot clock, of course, will be on. You don't have to win by 2 in overtime. You just have to score 2. We saw that a number of times so far in this tournament, Victor, where one team scores a 1-pointer and then the other team scores a 2-pointer to win it.
Yeah, and that's the power, because it's such a difference, right? 100% from 1 to 2 in multiplication. So yeah, you definitely want to try to avoid the 2-pointers, and really with the fouls too. So you got to protect the perimeter shooting without fouling, so you're not sending teams to the line in overtime. But close one here, 8 to 9, 3:40 to go. Let's see who can make the better decisions here to close this out.
Out to Joseph for 2, a little too strong. Rebound nearly stolen away by Akil Boyd. And speaking of fouls, very clean game so far with 3.5 minutes to play. Dominican Republic with just 3 team fouls. Trinidad and Tobago with only 2. There's Reyes deciding to launch the long deuce. No. Rivera swoops in for the putback, but comes up just short. And now here's Boyd. Boyd behind the back, getting away from Ballas, and a foul called.
Not sure about that one. It seemed like he was a bit off control when he was going towards the basket. 1-2, and oh yeah, on that reach-in right there. Yeah, number 4, Cesar Reyes, really got him. That's too bad because he had nowhere to go and did not have a good angle for that shot. So bailout foul from the Dominican Republic.
Free throw is up and good for Akil Boyd. And Trinidad back on top by 2. Moquete out to Reyes. His 2-pointer is errant, and now Boyd. Tried to bounce the pass inside. And now a 2-pointer by Moquete, and we are tied up at 10. Freitas out to Lewis. His 3-pointer, and the bank is open once again on Sunday. 12-10 Trinidad. Reyes for the answer, no. Rebound to Freitas. Outside to Lewis. A little too strong on that deuce. Oh, nice rebound, and the feed underneath to Akil Boyd. And Trinidad back on top by 3, 13-10. The action coming fast and furious now. Shot blocked by De Freitas, but I think he's going to get the foul before the shot.
Foul before the shot. You see right there, boom. Yeah, got him on the block down low. Good call by the refs. And he's going to have the little break. You see right there, hey, guys, I got hit real quick because somebody come in for me for a second.
Got the shoulder to the sternum there. That never feels good. So Ballas can't make the free throw, but there for the putback is Carlos Rivera. It's 13-11. 2:15 to play. 2 from the corner by Joseph misses. Here's Rivera, back to Moquete. Outside, Ballas, his 2-pointer misses. All tipped out of bounds, and that's going to be Trinidad ball. So De Freitas gets his breath back after taking that shot to the chest. And he re-enters the game. Right side to Joseph. Ball out of bounds. Dominicans looking to tie with a two-pointer. Coming up on a minute 45 to play. Moquete outside to Rivera for two. Splash that one! Carlos Rivera ties it up at 13 with a minute 40 to play.
And Trinidad just gave the Dominican Republic too many open looks, and they were able to convert that time.
Back to Boyd. Boyd to DeFreitas. Looked like Boyd was going to take that jumper from the left elbow. Then he saw DeFreitas cutting underneath.
And good decision. Even though the shot clock was going to expire, the Dominican Republic here with the foul, just giving the ball back to Trinidad. Crucial, a minute and a half, Craig, to see who's going to go to the semifinals of the Americas.
Boyd with a nice drive, couldn't complete the layup going around Moquete. And now another foul against the Dominican.
It's going to seem like fighting for position. Here you see right there with that hook. Good catch by the ref. A lot of times we think the defender's the one initiating contact, but this time it was actually Shamil Bayas who was holding and with the hook. Good call by the referee.
Deanna Jackson on the call. That was a good call indeed to see that arm hooked in there.
We see a couple of the
fourth
bank
game
shots
of the day,
here.
quarterfinal action here at the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup tournament live from Miami. AT&T East Plaza at FTX Arena. Glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from. Second men's quarterfinal. In the first one, Team USA defeated Mexico 21-19 in a thriller. USA and Canada victorious already in the quarters on the women's side. DeFreitas never saw that pass, and now Moquete for two. DeFreitas the rebound. Out to Boyd. Coming up on a minute to play. Joseph for two. Missed that one badly. Here's the drive. Underneath to Rivera. No shot, says Felipe Valenzuela. The shot occurred, or rather the foul occurred before the shot. So
and
now
Boyd
with
has been
54.6 to play.
Careless here a little bit with that ball, those lob passes. When Boyd is being trapped, he's trying to find a roller, but he's just lobbing it too much. He's got to get a better angle.
And another whistle, that one on Adrian Joseph. Trinidad and Tobago still with one to give. Here's Reyes, who is left into the lane, spinning back outside to Rivera. Shot clock at 2. He got it off. Got a pretty good look at it. And an offensive rebound, huge one by Diego Moquete. Now Moquete from the free throw line, missed. Rebound to DeFreitas. 25 seconds to play. Boyd. Left side to DeFreitas, back to Boyd. Shot clock at 3. Boyd on the drive, fakes the pass off the glass, count it! Akil Boyd will go to the free throw line to try to complete the two-point play with 14.7 left. Huge play by Akil Boyd, the 23-year-old youngster from Arima.
And doing what he does best, broke his defender with the crossover, came down the lane, had the option for the pass, but this time, different than lately, he took it himself and won. And because the Dominican Republic, you see the importance of keeping the fouls in check or on the bonus, so this could be a potentially three-point play.
Boyd hits them both. And now Dominican trailing by 3, 16-13. There's the miss, and now Reyes, under 10 seconds, launches the deuce, misses right. Ballas, splash that! but time is just going to run out for Dominican Republic, and Trinidad and Tobago advances to the semifinals with a 16-15 win over Dominican Republic.
This is exactly what makes 3x3 so great. They brought it out, Trinidad and Tobago representing so well their country, and they're getting now a ticket to be a top 4 team in the continent. So this is exactly what the 3x3 provides, a place for countries to be able to showcase themselves. Good job, good game by Trinidad and Tobago. Big three-point play there in the end by Boyd. And once again, Trinidad and Tobago is one of the top 4 teams in the continent.
Our next game will be on the women's side. Number 4 seed Brazil taking on the number 6 seed Puerto Rico. Let's look at the final numbers from this game between Dominican Republic and Trinidad and Tobago. Diego Moquete for DR had 4 points. Cesar Reyes did not score. Shamil Ballas had 5. And Carlos Rivera had 6 for Trinidad. Number 1, Akil Boyd, 8 points. Nathan Lewis had 5. De Freitas did not score. Adrian Joseph had 3. What a game between Dominican Republic and Trinidad and Tobago. 16-15 your final. So 2 quarterfinals apiece for the men and women completed to this point. Team USA into the semis for both the men and the women. The men advancing over Mexico 21-19. The women advancing 18-11 over Chile. Canada advances to the semis on the women's side with a 21-4 win over Dominican Republic. And Trinidad and Tobago, as we just saw, advancing to the semis over DR with a win 16-15. Once again, our next game here is going to be between Brazil and Puerto Rico. Looks like we're going to do a little youth activity here on the court between games. This has been a whole lot of fun so far here in Miami. Glad to see getting the kids involved. And this tournament has, without jinxing things, has gone off absolutely perfectly so far. Everything's just been so tremendous in Miami. Weather's been fabulous. The play has been tremendous. Occasionally we'll have issues at a venue through no fault of the LOC, but I remember up at the Saville Center in Canada in 2015, we had a power outage right before one game. But we have had absolutely no glitches here in Miami. It's been an absolute perfect event so far.
You know, Craig, I'm so glad you're bringing that up too, because you know for the events to work out so well, there's a couple of aspects to it, right? You got the players, we have the coaches, we have the referees, but we also have the administrators, right? And those are the people that do all the background work, get everything set months and months beforehand. For us to come in here and just get a venue like this or tournament like this with everything working flawlessly. And what happens is in administration, you can't really see the results because the result is when there's no problem. Everything is nice and set, everything's running smoothly. That's when the administrators work are seeing the results. So interesting to see. I'm so glad you brought that in. I would add the fans as the 5th pillar to that. We're really making this a tremendous AmeriCup 3x3 event. And I'm so glad to see the event in good hands and at the level it's at on beautiful, my backyard of beautiful Miami, South Florida.
Victor, I think we should find one of those tables there, get us a couple of Bloody Marys, and enjoy the scenery. I think that sounds like a good plan. You see the gentle breezes wafting in. on this gorgeous Sunday morning.
We're going to have a rivalry game, as we see right there, the United States versus Canada. I mean, at this level, that's what we're going to have. We're going to have the big ones going at it, and this is what it is. The U.S., Canada, both teams favorites to win this game, now going to have to crash head-to-head on the semifinals. We see here a couple of the VIPs, a couple of the fans up in the FTX arena. We see the Brazilian coach there, Rafaela, as she's full of adrenaline for sure, getting ready for her team to play. Remembering that the coaches are part of the program, they are listed, they are part of the official roster, but they do not stay on the court. The players are the ones making decisions of who's subbing in and out and what timeout to call and what play next they want to call to. So, a lot of liberty for the players on the court, as it should be, right? A coach is someone who gets everything ready, gets everything set. He's able to mentor people, but the game itself is read and executed by the players on that moment. That's why it's so important for you to get as much reads as possible, so you can understand the schemes and you can understand what skill sets you have to come up with solutions to traps, to double teams, to one-on-ones, or even to struggles that you might have in the game. But good to see the coaches involved, and the 3x3 in a great place right now.
Getting ready for this next quarterfinal. On the women's side, Brazil and Puerto Rico, as we get a look at some of the young fans here. 31 teams participating in this tournament on both the men's and women's side. And it's nice with these shorter games, Victor, you can host the men's and women's tournament simultaneously. Usually
simultaneously.
Yeah, in a 5-on-5 tournament, a big international event, you have the events held separately, one right after the other. Sometimes in some locations, they are on completely different continents.
Completely different continent, as we see here. We talk about the administrators, and well-known Osvaldo Narvaez from Venezuela over here, really checking sure, making everything is on up to par. It's clean. There's no sweats. Our cameras, our next teams are ready. So a lot of the background work, a lot of teamwork, and volunteers too at times. Not everybody getting paid to work at the event. So hats off to those who are dedicating their time and really making this a great experience for the kids and for those involved. As we see Osvaldo right here, just taking a walk. You see, always taking care of little details, like he does so well in the FIBA world.
You talk about the volunteers at these tournaments, Victor. That's something that always astonished me. I mean, you always had a lot more contact with the LOCs and the administration of these tournaments at the FIBA level. I, as a broadcaster traveling to a lot of these venues in North and South America, it always astonished me how dedicated and engaged the volunteers were.
Yeah.
You need a ride somewhere? Hey, no problem. We'll take you there. You need a ride to the arena? You need a ride back from the arena? You need to go to a restaurant? You want to go to you want to go to the mall? Sure, we'll get you there. No problem. You need some coffee? Here, I'll bring you some coffee. Everybody everywhere just involved with these tournaments is just, it always just floored me, whether it was in Edmonton, Mexico City, Buenos Aires, Panama City, Barquisimeto, everywhere. Everybody was just so tremendous on all of these tournaments. The LOCs, the volunteers, just a tremendous job.
It really is, Craig, and I'm so glad you're mentioning that. We have so many volunteers there, people dedicating hours, parents, family mates. People just want to see the sports grow, and their relatives be part of it and enjoy. And when we talk about the big events too, from the small, so we have here are the 3x3 AmeriCup in Miami, all the way through, the AmeriCups on the 5-on-5, and even the World Cup, there's a humongous layer of volunteers and helpers, people that really just dedicate their time to try to make this happen and try to make this go unnoticed of any mistakes for those watching, you know. And it really goes a lot of work, a lot of meetings, a lot of hours go into preparation to make this happen, so the player can just focus on the game and deliver their best game to the fans out there. So I'm so glad you mentioned that. So shout out to anyone volunteering their time or working hard for the game of basketball, for the growth of basketball, especially the 3x3 down here in Miami.
I've been covering FIBA games since 2015. My first tournament was the Caribbean Basketball Confederation men's and women's tournaments in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. And from that tournament on, it's never been anything less than first class. FIBA does just such an amazing job. We talked about it yesterday, how they've standardized the protocols worldwide, and it's really just amazing.
Yeah, FIBA, you know, compared to the other international federations, I do not have the stats or the numbers in front of me, but I believe in terms of growth and impact in the world, it's really a leading federation right now. Like I said, basketball, such a popular sport. You know, going back to early, you know, even the Olympic Games when we had the Dream Team join in Barcelona, you know, allowing professional players to be, NBA professional players to be part of the game. From there on, my friend, the growth has been exponential, has been vertical. Super popular sport, you know, because of it's so dynamic, right? It's the ability to play with your hands and be able to get your shot off or get teammates involved, you know, such an appealing game. So hats off to FIBA, the International Federation, who also has a new competition system that started back in 2016 for the 5-on-5 national team. So now, as one of the pillars of their growth and the FIBA vision, when they had the one FIBA, was the 3x3, and we are seeing the results out of it. You know, an Olympic sport already. So you as a 3x3 player right now outside the system, you can start dreaming and you can start thinking about, hey, let me go big here. Let me start winning around in my community, the 3x3 tournaments. Let me try to see if I can make some regionals, make some national tournaments, and then hopefully that's going to open some doors through either the national team or through the world tour for you to have a place to compete against the best players in the world internationally. And then even, my friend, having the opportunity to compete at the Olympic Games doesn't get any better than that. So 3x3 is here to stay. It's a great way of getting people to compete, get people involved. It is a great way to get those who are learning the game a few extra reps, right? A way to get introduced to the game, as we run plenty of development programs with less than 5, so 3-on-3s, and especially on the practices. So for those young ones watching out there, as Vanessa here seems that she's taking her earrings off, as she cannot play with those. For those ones watching out there, the 3x3 is the big deal, and the big deal it is this next game too, between two countries, Craig, that absolutely adore basketball. I've had a chance to live in both of the countries and see how basketball is perceived. In Puerto Rico, basketball is like religion. You know, the island, people are playing basketball all year round, all over the island. And Brazil too, you know, a country with so much history, have won the 5-on-5 World Championship for the women, have won the Pan American Games on the 5-on-5 for the men. Brazil's men's national team on the 5-on-5 gave the U.S. the first home loss back in the '84 Pan American Games in Indianapolis. So I mean, a lot of history here for both these quads, Puerto Rico and Brazil, both countries that really I hold dearly to my heart, and I'm glad to see them compete here. Let's see who can come out on top, my friend. Unfortunately, so it can only be one winner. So let's see who's going to come out on top here after the 10 minutes.
Under a little bit of a delay here, we had a little youth activity on the court between these games, and then I think we had an issue with some moisture on the left side of the court there. Brought out some mops and some squeegees and some chamois cloths, and then finally a dryer. I'm not sure what the source of the moisture is, why it would be exclusive to that one part of the court. I don't know if there was maybe some moisture blowing in and kind of settled on that part there. I mean, sometimes we see that in arenas where there might be a hockey floor, the ice underneath the basketball court, and you get a really warm day. I remember that used to happen all the time in the Boston Garden, where you get moisture on the court. You get a particularly warm summer day in Boston, and you'd get some moisture on the court, but obviously no ice under the AT&T East Plaza court here outside FTX Arena in Miami. But got everything squared away, getting that moisture mopped up. And we are about to do the introductions for this quarterfinal, third women's quarterfinal. As we talked a moment ago, Team USA defeated Chile in the first game of the day, 18-11 on the women's side. Canada down the Dominican Republic, 21-4. And now this the third women's quarterfinal of the day between Brazil and Puerto Rico. As we looked at Team Puerto Rico, number 0, Brianna Jones. Number 10, Ashley Torres. Number 11, Annalisa Vargas. And number 14, Maria Placido. Puerto Rico seeded 6th on the women's side. Got to the quarters by falling to Dominican Republic 13-11 and defeating Trinidad and Tobago 21-13. And now we are going to meet the Brazilian women. They got here by defeating Canada 21-7. Not necessarily a huge upset, but maybe the score was pretty surprising in that game. And then defeating Guatemala by the score of 22-6. And here is Team Brazil. Number 2, Laís da Silva. Number 3, Luana de Souza. Number 6, Vanessa Gonçalves. And number 22, Vitória Marcelinho.
And in my vision, Craig, you know, if I were to say so, I think Brazil does have the upper hand in this game. And the reason why they have the upper hand is because out of the teams that we have seen, Brazil is the one that is extremely disciplined. You're going to see them run a couple of things throughout the entire game, such as after Brazil scores, they will deny the outlet passes right away. So different than what we saw last game with Trinidad and the Dominican Republic on the men's side, expect Brazil here to put a lot of pressure on the outlet. As well as when they get the ball in transition, they use their bodies so well in holding and try to get the advancement pass and try to get a good angle for the pass. So I think Brazil, the reason why they're favored, because it's a very intense team with really good discipline and a clear strategy.
Puerto Rico wins the toss. They take the ball. Our officials on this contest, Gonzalo Paz and Kayla Dawson. Right-hand layup is up and in, and Brazil strikes first. That pull-up just inside the two-point arc is good for Brianna Jones, and we're tied at 1. Here's Marcelinho back outside. Laís da Silva misses the two-point attempt. There's Ashley Torres into the paint. Wild shot. Falling to her left off the glass, no good. De Souza for 2, no good. Rebound Jones. And these teams not wasting any time feeling each other out. They're going right at the rack.
They're not, and that's Brazil's characteristic. This is a very intense basketball team. They will not let down for the entire 10 minutes. They're coming in here in great shape, and that's why the game feels that way, because this Brazil team is the real deal.
And Brazil typically has more size than the teams they play. In this case, Luana de Souza, 5'10", Vanessa Gonçalves, 5'11", Vitória Marcelinho at 5'11". But Puerto Rico has some size. Brianna Jones, 6'1", Maria Placido is 6 feet, and Annalisa Vargas at 5'9".
And what about that shot here, Greg?
And the answer from the corner. We are tied up at 3. Here's the drive by Annalise Vargas. Backs it out. Gets knocked down by D'Souza. And she'll go to the free throw line for 1.
So she makes the first one from pretty much South Beach, my friend, from the Brickell area, just out in the nowhere, banks it in, and then Brazil got to respect their shots after that. And then that time, just too much into the shooter's face. I actually thought it was going to be a shooting foul, but rather the referee said it was the foul. The ref said the foul happened after the shot had finished, so just call it on the ground.
Here's the drive by D'Souza. Right hand up and in. And Brazil on top 4-3. Jones and a push. That's going to be on Luana D'Souza.
Luana with a lot of contact before the ball came through, but then when Puerto Rico was able to dump the ball into the post, the ball was too close. Referee said, hold on a sec, we cannot hand check with both of the arms there.
Lots of experience on both these teams. Da Silva, Gonçalves, and Marcelinho all played on the 21 AmeriCup team. For Brazil, D'Souza, Gonçalves, and Marcelino all played on the 22 World Cup team for Brazil. For Puerto Rico, Torres, Vargas, and Placido all on the 21 AmeriCup team. And Brianna Jones, this is just her second 3x3 event. Brazil on top 6-3. Here's Da Silva trying to find Marcelinho underneath, and the foul called. They call that offensive.
Yeah, Vitória Marcelinho, see right there, we're talking about sealing. This time it's perhaps with the hook, that left arm with the hook, the referee side.
Fantastic defensive position by Ashley Torres. She goes to the glass and lays it in. And it's 6-4 in favor of Brazil. And now, again, battling away from the ball, Brianna Jones. Did not see who she was tangled up with. I think she was tangled up with Marcelinho.
Marcelinho down low, and actually Vanessa down low, number 6, Gonçalves. She plays so hard. If you're Puerto Rico, you have got to try to front the posts, or else Brazil's going to keep pounding that inside play, you know, or either try to get the pass in or draw the fouls or get the offensive rebound. So if you're Puerto Rico, your game right now is try to get the yards underneath the basket.
Beautiful feed from Da Silva to Gonçalves, and Brazil now on top 7-4. That two-point attempt rattles out, and Brazil on the attack again. Gonçalves did not see the pass coming from D'Souza, and Brazil turns it over. Here comes Ashley Torres working her way to the lane. Beautiful fake left and right. Could not get the shot to fall. Now back inside to Gonçalves. Her turnaround move, no. Brianna Jones the rebound. Hard to believe there's still 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game with all the action we've seen so far.
Yeah, both teams so super intense. As a matter of fact, too intense. They got to settle down just for a second and hopefully have a bit more of, you know, of control to try to. We've seen them miss a few open looks those far.
Timeout on the floor. As we get a look there at Kayla Dawson making that foul call on the replay. Just inside 6.5 minutes to play, Brazil and Puerto Rico in the third women's quarterfinal at the 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup tournament, live from Miami. Glad you are watching on the FIBA basketball channel on YouTube. YouTube.com/FIBA 3x3. Fifth of 16 games today. Up next, it's Jamaica and Colombia for the final women's quarterfinal. That Jamaica team is fun to watch as well. And Colombia always plays hard. Little step back. Nicely done. It's 8-5 Brazil, 6:10 to play. And Puerto Rico turns it over. Right side. Souza misses the 2-point attempt, and it's going to be Puerto Rico ball.
Yeah, Luana just kind of hesitated on that shot, Craig. She thought about it twice. Should I take it?
Yep.
And once you pump fake, you're going to lose your rhythm. So really,
you almost fake yourself out.
That's right. That's right. It happens all the time. You know, at that moment, it's really hard. It's rare that you see guys pump fake shots and be able to make it afterwards.
Very Placido into the game now with those bright green shoes.
And there's that ceiling underneath that Brazil does so well.
9-6 Brazil. Defender falls down. Oh, and then missing the easy shot is De Souza. And a foul on the rebound as
yeah, foul's called. See right there, maybe.
Yeah.
If you thought it seemed like she got hit in her eyes. Yeah. There's too much. Torres
got her up high.
Did reach in. So she's gonna have a case. Definitely want to be careful with the eye region, obviously. So Brazil, the last two plays, to emphasize what we've been speaking about, Craig, just dominating the inside, getting easy looks. So Puerto Rico does have to adjust, perhaps help more, and leave Brazil open on the perimeter, because you do have to pick your poison sort of type. Which one are you going to guard first?
Free throw good for Vitória Marcelinho, and it's 10-6 as Brazil trying to pull away. Actually, Torres loses the handle. It goes out of bounds off of Gonçalves. See the foot slide of Ashley Torres. We saw staff working on moisture on the court on that left side. Again, we're not sure what the source of that moisture was. Doesn't seem to have been much of a factor. Players will occasionally slip. That time Torres lost her footing, and it's now Brazil has doubled up Puerto Rico 12-6. Inside 5 minutes to play. Brazil looking for a spot in the semis. Beautiful pass from De Silva to Gonçalves. She could not finish, and now the two-pointer short. Rebound De Silva. Lais De Silva gets it back to the right elbow. De Souza wants it. She was wide open on the left wing. Didn't see her. And Placido the rebound. Placido drives, works her way into the lane. Shot along the baseline won't fall, but she'll go to the free throw line for one. Foul on Lais De Silva. How about those bright green shoes?
Bright green shoes, Placido, man, to go along with the bright red uniforms. Yes, and these beautiful bright yellow uniforms of Brazil too, with the blue and green stripes. I mean, this is the thing too. Like, you know, when people talk about the honoring, you know, and the proudness of representing your country. I mean, these shirts, my friend, can play by itself, as there's so much history in Puerto Rican basketball, in Brazilian basketball. So glad to see them out here competing on this Sunday morning.
Gonçalves to the free throw line. There you get a great look at the 28-year-old from Santos. And now it's 13-7 Brazil, 4:14 to play. Here's Jones on the drive, hanging from 12, no good. And now Marcelinho, spins that off the glass, nicely done. 14-7, Brazil up by a touchdown. Back outside.
And that's what they
Brazil
do. That's
starting to run away.
It's running away because, again, there's a disciplined basketball team. So Brazil kicks it out on the outlet, gets position back right there, and just has a quick turnaround to her left shoulder. And here's a reach-in over the plane from Luana, I believe, or this is Vitória Marcelinho. Had too much reach-in. Yeah, but Brazil's starting to run with it as we expected. This is a good basketball squad that, just plays hard, man, and give Puerto Rico credit too. They had a tremendous day yesterday, but just too much to handle right now from the Brazil side.
Brazil, the defending silver medalists. Came in second to the Americans in 2021. Brazil, tall, athletic, and talented. Here's Placido. Her jumper wouldn't fall. She goes to the court, and Brazil takes advantage, but cannot score. Now here's Vargas from 2, no good. Nice over to the Sousa. Great defense by Annalisa Vargas. Two-pointer won't go. Vargas lets the rebound skitter out of bounds, and it'll be Puerto Rico ball with 3:11 to play. Still plenty of time, but Puerto Rico is going to need some stops defensively, and they're going to need some buckets here.
That's right. Start with the defensive end. Stay on your feet. Make everything hard for Brazil, especially inside. And here they get the turnover, so a possibility, hopefully, they can get a 1 or a 2 and try to cut into the lead with just over 3 minutes to go, Craig. And the ticket to the semifinals of the AmeriCup on the line.
Back-to-back buckets for Ashley Torres, and it's 15-9, and now an offensive foul against Brazil. Seventh team foul now for Brazil. So Puerto Rico will be shooting. Now the two-point attempt. But Torres no good. Rebound underneath. Won't go. Tip. And a foul. So Brianna Jones will go to the free throw line. Strong work on the offensive glass by Brianna Jones. So she will shoot a pair here. Got the first one. And just like that, Puerto Rico back to within 4. We've got a ball game again. 2:40 to play. And now the foul committed there by Annalisa Vargas.
A good cut, timely pass. Laiz, who's also an extremely good basketball player. She plays with her heads up, able to get to the basket, has the outside shot. That time, good cut. So Laiz, one of the main players for the Brazil team.
Laiz can't connect on the free throw. Yeah, they're discussing how many shots there should be. Gonzalo Paz and Kayla Dawson. And it'll be Brazil ball. 15-11, 2.5 minutes to play. Now back over to Gonçalves for 2. Missed that one right. Ball is out of bounds, and it'll be Puerto Rico ball.
Crucial offense this time here for Puerto Rico. Can they close on this 4-point game, try to make it a 3 or even a 2? And just a good defense that time by Vanessa, challenging the shot, blocking it, and then getting the possession without fouling. Throwing it away, though, so Puerto Rico will have it right back.
So Torres spinning to her left, finds Marie Placido cutting to the bucket, slips, and a foul
And I thought
called.
this was a blocking foul here. Yeah, me too, Craig. This is definitely a foul call, but the referees did not call it. They're gonna say it's Puerto Rico ball up top.
Yeah, I thought the contact precipitated the slip. Now Torres spinning again left side, hanging, won't go. Now outside to Gonçalves, back outside to De Silva. Now left elbow, back outside to De Silva. Back out to Marcelinho. Her shot is short, but she draws the foul. And she'll go to the free throw line. Minute 51 to play. Brazil by 4. Again, if the teams are tied after 10 minutes, we will go to overtime. The game clock will be off in overtime, and it's the first team to 2 in OT. Don't have to win by 2, you just have to score 2. Free throw good by Marcelinho, and Brazil back on top now by 5. Here's Brianna Jones. Left-hand scoop. Cannot connect, and Brazil is going to look to salt this one away. Beautiful feed from Lais De Silva to Marcelinho, and the 2 is up and good. And Elisa Vargas gets Puerto Rico back to within 4, 17-13. Lais De Silva, her 2-pointer is up and good. 19-13. Now Brazil can win it with a 2. Ashley Torres swooping in from the wing. And now the pass inside. Beautiful feed again from Lais De Silva. That 2-pointer rattles out, and now Brazil needs 1 to win. Now the 2-pointer short. Offensive rebound. Great hustle. Now the 2 for the win, and that is game. Brazil is on to the semis on the 2-pointer by Lais De Silva. And it's Brazil over Puerto Rico, 22-14.
You know, Craig, give Puerto Rico credit. They played hard and, you know, gave out their best, as we expected from Puerto Rico and in their history with basketball. So they did not give up. Now, on the other side, what we mentioned before the game, the intensity from this Brazil team could really pay off. And it did, because, you know, when you are the more intense team, the more physical team, even though the refs will make the call that they got to make, you might be able to get away with a thing or two. And maybe perhaps that's what happened. They were the upper hand on the intensity. They were more physical, and they ended up getting away with legally the defense without fouling at times. So good job there and good hustle. We'll talk about the intensity right there to the end. That says it all. Victoria Marcelino down on the ground to grab that ball, kick it out to Lais Da Silva, and she made that shot look easy. So Brazil convincing win. This Brazilian team is really good. They advanced to the semifinals, and good job, good tournament here by the Puerto Ricans as well.
Fourth and final women's quarter coming up next between Jamaica and Colombia. For the final stats on the previous game between Brazil and Puerto Rico. Lais De Silva had 7. Luana de Sousa did not score. Vanessa Gonçalves had 7, and Victoria Marcelinho had 8. For Puerto Rico, Brianna Jones 3, Ashley Torres 4, and Elisa Vargas 4, and Marie Placido had 3. Well, we met Team Colombia just a moment ago. Number 6, Juliani Paz. Number 8, Carolina Correa. Number 10, Valentina Lopez. And number 12, Jennifer Munoz. And here is Team Jamaica in their white uniforms today. Number 5, Ashley Gordon. Number 9, Tracy Ann Kelly. Number 17, Morgan Green. And number 24, Tashana Higgins. Morgan Green, leading scorer by average in the tournament for the women, averaging 9.5 points per game. Maria Olivieri with the coin flip here. Jamaica wins the toss. And Jamaica will take the ball to start the game. Jamaica got to this point by defeating Chile 18-17 and Argentina 12-8. There's Deanna Jackson along with Maria Olivieri. Colombia got here. They fell to Team USA, gave him a game though, 12-6, and then pounding Guyana 21-3. Munoz getting it inside, and now a delay called. Got to give the other team a chance to get it out.
Good recognition by Colombia, understanding they have the height advantage. So right away, dumping it down low and starting the game 1-0.
Juliani Paz scoring the first bucket of the game, and now Munoz cannot connect there. Gets it back though. Pass to Paz. Off the glass, shot blocked. Ashley Gordon at 5'11", blocking the shot from 6'3" Paz. Our on-court host calling Juliani Paz She-Shack. As the shot by Tashana Higgins misses.
In both of these countries, Jamaica and Colombia, Craig, you know, so much potential on the country, you know, and even with immigrants around the world that do have the descendancy. So this is a place, a 3x3 that they can really thrive and try to come up here with the top 4 seed, qualify to the top 4 seed in the continent. But it's just good to see both of these federations putting up competitive teams, because there's so much potential, you know, to be explored in Colombia and Jamaica with basketball.
Blocking foul on Paz. And again, we've talked about this throughout the course of the tournament. You get some of these smaller countries, island countries, where you don't have the population to draw from like you have in a Brazil or a Mexico or a USA or Canada. And it's hard to put together a deep 5-person roster, a deep 12-person team. But when you only need 3 and 4, you can be a lot more competitive.
You can be a lot more competitive, you know, try to put a team together, and also a national program, you know, where kids can play. And you see here, talk about being competitive, number 9, Tracy Ann Kelly being competitive. Now a hard foul, but really a clean foul, Craig. So nothing here for the Colombians to be upset about.
Oz misses the free throw. And now a foul whistled against Valentino Lopez. All 4 of these players from Colombia, from Medellin. Just a beautiful city. And now Gordon on the drive, off the glass, no, rebounded by Paz. Now here's the drive, left hand, no good by Lopez. Correa takes it, misses, and Paz finishes. Colombia on top 2-0. Now the 2-pointer missed by Morgan Green. Ball goes out of bounds. It will be to Colombia.
But both of the teams perhaps could do a better job with their spacing, Craig. We're seeing a lot of crowded motion underneath. You see not a lot of good angles for the pass, even though they're going to get a broken up layup here. Maybe perhaps both of the teams can explore the spacing.
Morgan Green did a great job fronting the pass, but she tipped it right to a cutting Colombia player, and she ended up with the easy layup, and it's 3-0 now Colombia. 2-pointer rattles in. Will it count?
Will not count. No clearance, so did not step outside the arc. Basket's no good.
That would have put Colombia up 5-0. Here's Green to her right, pulling up, now outside for the deuce, no. Rebound underneath, up and in. Ashley Gordon gets Jamaica their first point, and now a 2 from the corner. Jennifer Munoz, and now it's 5-1. Baseline drive out to Morgan Green, picked up by Munoz. Free throw line jumper as the shot clock expires, won't go, pause the rebound. And the foul committed by Morgan Green. That may be a little bit of a frustration foul there.
Yeah, frustration foul. Jamaica playing hard, but not being effective on the offensive end. Once again, 3x3, you have a lot of room to operate. So you want to make it harder on the defense by spreading out the court and either creating for yourself or finding an open teammate. And a beautiful shake and big shot here by Jamaican, and Morgan Green getting a beautiful shot in.
That's why she's among the leading scorers in the tournament. In fact, the top tournament scorer at 9.5 points per game for this undefeated Jamaica team, coming into the quarters at 2-0. And we know Jamaica is capable of a run. We saw them come back from 9 points down on day one and pull out a win as Colombia goes up 6-3. 6:45 to play. Pass into Gordon. Gordon's shot, short, rebound. It won't fall, but she will go to the free throw line.
Better spacing. After the pick and roll on a switch, she went all the way down to the basket. Morgan recognized and fed Gordon. She just could not get the finish, but better spacing that time. So Jamaica starting to make some adjustments.
Timeout on the floor. We are so glad you can be with us wherever you're tuned in from, around the islands, around the Americas, or around the world. On the FIBA basketball channel on YouTube for this 2022 FIBA 3x3 AmeriCup Championship. Day 3 of action here in beautiful downtown Miami. AT&T East Plaza outside FTX Arena. Home of the Miami Heat. Just been a tremendous event. We've talked about it from the step off of this tournament early Friday morning. Everything's just been fabulous in Miami. Free throw missed by Gordon. She got it back, and then her shot short. Now an open look by Correa. That misses. Higgins out to Green. Green fouled.
Yeah, Green seemed like it was foul, or rather it hit the Colombian player in front. She was trying to swipe through. As you see right here, she's going to go opposite, and it hit the foot of Jennifer Munoz. So it's going to be Jamaican
no foul
ball.
There, yep.
But you see her trying to attack, Craig, try to attack the opposite foot, try to go for that back heel and get the defender off balance.
2-point attempt, no good, but the offensive rebound by Green. Now here's Kelly, and Tracy Ann Kelly scores to make it 6-4. Here's Paz as it's stripped away by Higgins. That 2-pointer off the glass won't go. Beautiful rebound by Green once again. And the putback by Higgins, and Jamaica now to within one. 5:55 to play. It's 6-5 in favor of Colombia. Now Jennifer Munoz, the pull-up on the baseline. That's a good shot there. But a whistle, and the shot won't count.
That's right, Craig. Let's see the fans there in the back saying, this should count, that should count. That. Let's see, as the foul was called right there, offensive foul.
Oh, that's
seemed like the ball had left her hands, and that's what the referees are arguing here. So from the replay, Craig. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it didn't look like Paz did very much there either.
So they said count the basket and then the foul. So, yeah, the table are going to ask them to get a review. There was a stoppage. Yeah, they're going to come to the table here. Now, from what I understood on the audio, I said count the basket and then the foul afterwards.
And then the horn sounded on the shot clock as play began.
I think that horn was just to get the referees over because they were not sure, who the foul was on after the bucket. So we should have 7-5. There it is, Craig. Corrected now. We do have 7-5. Colombia on top by 2.
Once again, outstanding job by FIBA staff and the officials. Great communication. Oz over to Lopez, and now the open look by Correa missed. And that's going to be Jamaica ball.
Correa, she was unsure to pass or to pull up. Last second, she ended up pulling, but just came up way short.
Here's Higgins working on Paz, misses with the left hand. Colombia gets it back. Nice pass from Lopez to Paz. And it's 8-5 in favor of Colombia coming up on the halfway point of this game. Higgins on the drive. She tries to get past Paz. Paz says no. Lopez for two. That's good! Colombia doubles up Jamaica 10-5. Jamaica worked so hard to get back close. Now they find themselves down 5 again. Paz the rebound. And now a foul. That's going to be on Morgan Green.
Yeah, Morgan Green, just, you see right there, just a bit too much. Trying to reach that, try to tap the ball from the back. Reaching foul. You don't want to give away easy layups or easy fouls like that.
Yeah, Jamaica fell asleep defensively there, leading to the easy bucket for Munoz. And now the pull-up in the lane, no. Munoz the rebound. Colombia on top, 11-5. Lopez, left hand off the glass, no. Gordon takes it all the way back out. Gordon looking and gets kicked out of bounds. It'll be Jamaica ball with 4 on the shot clock.
Colombia started denying the pass because, you know, Gordon couldn't go anywhere. So she almost turned it over, but Jamaica gets it right back to Tracy Ann Kelly with a beautiful drive.
Yeah, good attack by Kelly with the shot clock winding down. And with 4:14 to play, it's going to be Jamaica ball, trailing by 5. Timeout on the floor. Fourth and final quarterfinal. USA defeated Chile 18-11. Canada defeated Dominican Republic. Those two rivals will meet in the first semi, and Brazil defeated Puerto Rico just a moment ago. They await the winner of this game between Jamaica and Colombia. On the men's side, USA defeated Mexico 21-19 in a thriller. Dominican Republic fell to Trinidad and Tobago 16-15. Those two teams will meet in the semis, and the other two quarters coming up after this game on the men's side.
A good contest here on the shot. Jamaican Morgan Green, you know, the ability, they know that she can score, but she's facing some challenges here today. Colombia really zoning in on her, you know, putting different bodies, making it challenging, and she came up short in that turnaround jumper.
Nice find inside to Paz off the glass, but it won't connect. And now here comes Gordon. Baseline right side, no. Rebound Paz. Correa to Paz, banging her way down, and the foul called. I believe that's going to be on Morgan Green. It is.
Yeah, once you get a post up like that, so deep right there, you really don't have anything to do but rather to foul before she goes up, because you know you can't really block the shot upstairs. So try to go for the steals downstairs. Good job by Colombia in feeding their big, just having the advantage down low and try to explore that.
Yeah, not much Morgan Green at 5'8" could do. To hold off 6'3" Giuliani Paz, as the on-court host calls her, She-Shack.
C-Shack, and if you're playing against C-Shack, what you got to do is you have to front, and then once that lob pass comes through, then your weak side has to come quickly to help. That's the only way, because if you get caught down low, she's just too much height, you know, can get an easy bucket.
Kelly misses. Grabbed by Lopez. Out of bounds, it'll stay with Colombia. 3:18 to play. Correa to Munoz. And Lopez fouled on her way to the bucket. And I like Colombia's game plan in this game, Victor. They have been executing it very well.
They've been executing it very well. They know what they're here for, and they're here for a place in the top 4 teams in the continent, in the Americas. So Colombia does have a clear path, does have a clear plan, and really putting Jamaica on in foul trouble and pounding them inside down in the key.
Both free throws missed. The 2 is off, and Jamaica sets up the offense. Here comes Higgins. She loses the handle briefly. Shot clock at 2. Green launches the long 2. Misses that. Munoz over to Correa. Correa into the lane. Tried the kick out pass, but intercepted by Morgan Green. Colombia offensively really spreading out the defense of Jamaica, and now Colombia with the steal. Here's Lopez for 2, missed. And a foul away from the ball. Actually, Gordon comes back on for Jamaica to replace Tashana Higgins. Actually, Higgins stays on. So Correa hits the first free throw, makes it 12-6 inside 2.5 minutes to play. And again, on day 1, Victor, this is about where we saw Jamaica start to make their run, coming back from 9 down in their 18-17 win over Chile.
And they need all of that right now, Craig. You know, they need all the memory, all the relationship with that comeback, because, you know, down 7, only 6 points for Jamaican in this game. Not a good offensive outing for this Jamaican team. They know they can do better, and they got to do better right now as they're running out of time.
Beautiful drive by Morgan Green. Now the kick out to Valentina Lopez, and she scores. 15-7 now inside 2 minutes to play.
And we talk about the offensive game. The Jamaicans really got to bring it up a notch, but the defensive game as well cannot allow the Colombian players just to take a wide open 2 followed by from an outlet pass. That's just too easy. One pass open shot. You got to get bodies, play better that man-to-man defense to make sure you make Colombia's life hard here with 146.
Pass from Munoz led Lopez just a little too far, and now Jamaica trying to claw back into this one as well. Oh, lob inside to Paz. Beautiful shot, flips it up with the right hand and in. The foul is going to be on Gordon. And Paz will try to put even more distance between Colombia and Jamaica. Beautiful pass into Paz. And Jamaica has no answer for Juliani Paz. She cannot complete the first free throw. And this is the second as well. Here's Higgins on the drive. I don't know if Paz got a piece of that or she hit the rim on the way up, but either way, ball goes out of bounds. It'll be Colombia ball with 1:21 to play. Time running out for Jamaica. That open jumper on the left side for Munoz is good, and now Jamaica trails by 10. That 2-pointer missed by Green. Offensive rebound. Green gets it back. Launches another deuce. That one's good. Flashes straight through. 1 minute to play. Jamaica down 8, 17-9. Open 19-footer missed. And Tracy Ann Kelly on the drive, trying to get it past Paz. Paz blocks it out of bounds. 45.9 to play.
45 seconds on the clock. Columbia out, 17-9.
Kelly back to Higgins for two, just missed. Underneath to Paz, she misses the open layup. And now Green, wheeling and dealing before the shot, couldn't get the two-pointer to fall. And now Munoz chewing up a little clock here. Shot clock now at 3. Little pull-up from about 12 feet on the left side, misses. Ball goes out of bounds with 12.1 to play, and Colombia just about has its ticket punched to the semis, where they will face Brazil.
Colombia will face Brazil, Craig, and if you're the Jamaican team, walk out of here with your head high. You know, a lot of stuff that you can build on from this experience, obviously competing at this level, but you got tremendous talents, you know, especially with number 17, Morgan Green. She can literally put up numbers in a hurry, so keep building on this so you can come back right where you left off and try to compete for that semifinal, that top 4 spot. So good job. Congratulations to Colombia. They executed. They played really well against the Jamaican team, but the Jamaican team have a lot of potential, and they can come back here really anytime soon because we know just how tremendous potential the Jamaican National Federation have.
So the women's quarters are complete. Colombia beats Jamaica 17-9. So the semis are set. USA, Canada on the women's side in semi number 1. Brazil, Colombia in semi number 2. First men's semi set, USA versus Trinidad and Tobago. And 2 more quarters up here, starting off with Puerto Rico and Chile for the men, as we look at the highlights from this game between Jamaica and Colombia. Waiting for the final numbers on that one. For Jamaica, Ashley Gordon, 1 point. Tracy Ann Kelly, 2. Morgan Green had 5. And Tashana Higgins with 1. For Colombia, Juliani Paz had 4 points. Carolina Correa had 2. Valentina Lopez had 4. And Jennifer Munoz had 7. Get a look at Team Chile. Number 9, Lucas Thibault. Number 10, Carlos Lawler. Number 13, Kevin Rubio. And number 13, Boris Guerra.
So big game coming up here, Craig. Obviously, we know that the teams understand what's at stake. The quarterfinal of the AmeriCup, the 3x3 AmeriCup, going over to making their way to the semifinal if you win this game. So Puerto Rico, obviously, they're going all out here. We see guys that actually play professional. Mato does, Diaz does. They play professionally in the Puerto Rican League, in the BSN. And Chile, too, with the program that practices together, you know, so they handpick the guys that want to come here. So big outing, heavyweight match between Puerto Rico and Chile. We saw this Puerto Rican team play extremely hard yesterday and able to come out on top on a few battles. So Puerto Rico, in my understanding, will be the favorites going into this one, but it doesn't matter who the favorite is. On a quick 10-minute, 21-point, we can see things turn around quickly, but heavyweight match here coming up for us.
Puerto Rico seeded 2nd, Chile seeded 6th in this tournament. For Puerto Rico, number 4, Guillermo Diaz. Number 7, Josue Eraso, I should say. As we get a look at the officials, Gonzalo Paz and Kayla Dawson. The other two players for Puerto Rico, Luis Hernandez and George Matos. Our final quarter on the men's side coming up next. Canada and Brazil. That one's going to be fun. And then we don't waste any time, right into the women's semis, USA and Canada. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a snack. And enjoy these elimination games. And now a foul. That's going to be on Carlos Lawler.
And it seemed like Matos actually ran into the double, had nowhere to go. But referee thought otherwise. I particularly from here thought it was a travel.
Wow. Cartwheeling is Kevin Rubio over Luis Hernandez.
And Rubio quick into his feet afterwards and said, hey, I'm okay. Nothing happened here, guys. Well, I don't know what you're all talking about. You see right there, just quickly up to his feet. Maybe an ugly foul, right? You get the two guys falling like that. But good thing everybody's okay, and it was actually a clean challenge. But yeah, Rubio quickly up to his feet. Hey, nothing happened, guys. Let's go. Next play.
Free throw short by Hernandez. Rebound to Lawler. Around the screen by Rubio. Tried to get it to Rubio and then kicked by Guillermo Diaz. Chile ball with a fresh 12. Lawler to his right, and now an offensive foul called. I think that's going to be on Rubio. Matos hitting the deck and popping right back up.
Matos with a good sell. I mean, this was a pick and roll that the guy setting up the screen was already set, not like he ran into him. But good job, Matos, selling that.
Diaz, pretty shot from the baseline. Now Rubio to his right, and that one he coaxes in. We are tied up at 1. Diaz working between the legs here. A little shaking and baking.
Shaking and baking, and just exposed the ball too much when he went right to left in that front crossover. And good poke there by Lawler. Said, hold on a second, my friend.
Yeah,
we're not
Lawler wasn't
falling for
impressed,
that
was
today. He was not impressed. I know we're near South Beach, but no, not today, buddy.
Matos put up the 2 as the shot clock was winding down, and now a foul. Thibault pushing off Luis Hernandez, but they call Hernandez on the foul. Here's Thibault, no. George Matos attacks the glass. Nobody rolled over. And a warning for delay of game, not allowing the offense to get the ball out. Here's Guerra. The shot is blocked by Hernandez into the corner. Shot clock at 3. Rubio puts it up. Airball that, and that's going to be a shot clock violation. Puerto Rico ball up top.
But the Puerto Rican team, Craig, you know, with a very intense defense. They're pushing guys out. They are denying those passes on the perimeter and putting Chile to really out of their comfort zone and having to play more of a perimeter game rather than inside.
Yes, to Arasso. His 2-pointer is up and good with the shot clock winding down, and now Puerto Rico up 4-1. Rubio. Looks like he was trying to find Thibault, but the pass was tipped. Because that ball ended up nowhere near Lucas Thibault.
Now got tipped, and eventually the turnover happened. It got intercepted. And Puerto Rico, you want to keep them on check. You know they can put numbers in a hurry. I mean, Diaz and these guys, they can score real quick. So you got to keep them on check here.
Hernandez for 2. That one pops out, and a foul on the rebound as Eraso and Thibault were battling. Out to Lawler. Shot clock at 5. Inside, beautiful find to Lucas Thibault, and it's 4-2 now. Find underneath the right hand tomahawk. Luis Hernandez puts Puerto Rico up 5-2.
And I think Chile might have a case here. Guillermo Diaz, when he felt that screen on his left side, we see a beautiful pass from Matos and a gorgeous finish from Luis Hernandez. And then on the, see right there, you're going to replay it again. That's how you do it, young man. And on the other side, turnover from Chile, but Diaz might have gotten away with the hook. Woo. No, that's fire in his. Yeah. You know, Craig, as shooters sometimes, you know, they keep the ball on their offhand. In this case, Diaz is right-handed, right? He's a right-handed shooter, so he keeps the ball a lot on his left hand, and he's comfortable shooting with a little bit of a lean in, a little bit of a fade to his left side where he can get enough room to get that shot off, and some beautiful buckets by Guillermo Diaz to start this game.
Matos finds the defense splitting, and he works his way to the bucket. This is the left-hand layup, but he'll go to the free throw line.
And Matos is tough, you know. He represents exactly what Puerto Ricans are about, you know, tough country. These are people that work really hard. They play super hard, and that's exactly what he did there. He head down, just going to his left. He knows he's going to get contact, but wasn't going to get stopped anyway. Only got stopped because he got fouled. As we see here, Guillermo Diaz going to his left, like we said, he's very comfortable on that side of the floor, being able to create some space for that jump shot.
Quick shot there by Josue Eraso. And Puerto Rico was on top 7-2. Third of 4 quarterfinals in this one as George Matos goes to the free throw line. Puerto Rico and Chile. And our final quarter coming up next, Canada and Brazil.
And Eraso is going to get called for the offensive foul. This is a tough one here because he did everything, and perhaps he just bullied his man inside but did not extend the arm. You see right there, maybe that right hand in the end. And that's why he was frustrated. The clear off was not on the shot, but on the follow through.
Rubio to Lawler into Thibault, off the glass and in. Tough shot by Lucas Thibault. And it's 8-3. Hernandez left side working on Lawler. 9-3. Lawler thought about the 2, works his way to the bucket, draws the foul on Luis Hernandez.
Drew the foul because the play before, Luis Hernandez, good job here by Luis Hernandez, just too much contact down low. The referee saw it, but Luis Hernandez with the play before, just when we say that, when you get down low like that and you make a man, we say, hey, you got to go to the weight room, my friend. You got to go to the weight room because this is just too easy right now. I'm going to do this all day.
Free throw is in, and Chile within 5 at 9-4, 6:14 to play. Once again, alongside my partner, Victor Mansoure, my name's Craig Feda. Hope you're enjoying this tournament. Been bringing it to you live since Friday morning. Here out of the rebound, and now the 2-point attempt is up. Missing right is Rubio. Just about halfway through the third day of action into the quarterfinals here in Beautiful Miami outside FTX Arena on the main court of the AT&T East Plaza. Lawler launches the high arcing two-pointer. My goodness, that was a rainmaker.
That was a rainmaker. It went all the way to West Palm Beach. And Guillermo Diaz here with a beautiful take. So we back-to-back fascinating plays. First a high arcing shot, and here Guillermo Diaz all the way to the rim. But I mean, are you kidding me, Craig? That shot before, my friend, it almost pretty much looked like it was going to touch the ceiling there, touch the roof, and it touched nothing but the bottom of the net.
For a moment, I thought it got hung up in some of the ceiling structure because it disappeared from view. And then all of a sudden it dropped straight down out of the heavens and straight through the ring.
And Chile needed that. You know, they're struggling here against this Puerto Rican team. The Puerto Rico playing a really good defense, a very intense defense. So Chile's struggling to get a score. So they will get those shots, all of them that they can. But I mean, are you kidding me? This was probably the best looking shot, a highlight shot that we have seen all tournament.
And Diaz followed it with a highlight of his own, and now Eraso misses the free throw. Did not see what that was all about, why he's...
Yeah, referees signal unsportsmanlike foul. So there's too much contact down low. Therefore, they're going to shoot the shots.
And now he's going to get the foul shot on the shot. Misses both free throws.
And here a double foul down low. These two have been going at it. How much fun is that? None of them backing up. Hernandez for Puerto Rico and Rubio for Chile. Look at that. You appreciate that, man. Just two guys playing hard. Rubio seemed like he pulled Hernandez down, but the referees got both of them.
Just good hard basketball. And now another whistle. This time it's going to be on Matos. So with 5:32 to play, Chile already with 18 fouls, Puerto Rico now with 6. So we're shooting on every foul here on out. Inside, beautiful feed, and Lawler finishes, and Chile within 3, 10-7. Diaz, and a whistle. And now Rubio and Hernandez, and another unsportsmanlike called.
And the reason why I'm laughing, Craig, is because we kind of expect this to happen, right? Guys wearing the emotions on their sleeves, my friend, you know, and we have seen a couple of contact, double fouls. Now, unsportsmanlike, you see right there after the dunk, you know, he kind of like, hey, don't touch me. And he's like, hold on a second, you don't touch me. And then they got into it a little bit. Hey, man, it's all fun and good. But however, now you got to pay attention, though. You know, with the 18 fouls for Chile and the 16 fouls for Puerto Rico, both squads already on the bonus, so you don't want to give teams free trip to the free throw. See right there, a little bump there by, and I was like, hold on a second, what are you doing? And Rub's like, no, I'm not taking that home, my friend. So interesting. Good enough, man. It's all in good play.
Kind of like you and me at the buffet line. I wanted that steak.
Yeah, my password's 01. Which one is your password? 02?
Lawler will go to the free throw line. Yeah.
So important to keep your emotions in check. We have seen this happen. Actually, Puerto Rico almost got in trouble yesterday in the end of the game because of this, just getting extra fouls, technical fouls. You don't want to do that. Keep your emotions in check. You play hard, right? You play with your emotions, your frustrations, but you keep that into your team internally. You don't want to give the other team freebies.
So Kayla Dawson talking it over with Rubio and Eraso, saying, all right, Let's knock this off.
All right. And if you're the player, Craig, you know, we say hot body, cold mind because of that. You want to play hard, you want to sweat, you want to go all out. But up here, upstairs, you got to keep things cool. You got to keep your emotions in check so you can keep making clear, sound decisions.
Finally back to the play. Guillermo Diaz, the long two-point attempt with the shot clock winding down. Goes out of bounds, and it'll be a Chile ball. Now Diaz has a seat. Lawler, guarded by Matos. Around the screen by Thibault. Step back, got the defender in the air, could not pull the trigger. Here comes Rubio, baseline, banging, shooting, no. Tip, Rubio gets it back, and now foul on the rebound. That's going to be on Rubio.
So the referees really have to work here in this game. We see after the shot, guys fighting and push off from Rubio.
With the elbow into the back.
So good catch, and they're going to say, all right, guys, enough, no more of this. So the two shots also here, the 10th foul for Chile with plenty of time. So you see, Craig, 10 fouls with 4:57 to go. That's just too much time to Chile now. They're going to be on their heels.
Miss on the second free throw, and it should be Puerto Rico ball. Left side to Hernandez, back up top to George Matos. He launches the two. That's a little too strong. Matos gets the back tap. Matos changes hands, misses the layup. Diaz, or beg your pardon, Hernandez, the rebound.
And Hernandez, he thought he was fouled, but to see the frustration here is that the foul was actually called on him. So,
yeah, he had the arm up high first on Thibault.
So we are getting some interesting reactions. Just, you know, genuine reactions from guys on the floor after the foul call. So 11-7, 4:41 to go. Can both of these teams buckle down, and what's important and focus on their game plan?
Free throw missed by Thibault. And Chile's going to have to hit its free throws here. Thibault misses them both. Thibault swoops in and commits the foul, trying to get that rebound.
No, not a good decision here, Thibault.
No.
Obviously, you missed the first one, and when you miss the second, okay to follow your shot. But being that you have 10 team fouls already, you do not want to give Puerto Rico 2 free throws plus the ball. So I don't want to keep repeating this and just hitting the same tone. But, you know, foul troubles can be the difference maker. You know, team foul troubles can be the difference maker here.
Not a great flow to this game. We've seen some good action, but just a lot of fouls, a lot of discussions. It seems like once we start to get going again, we get another foul and subsequent discussion. Matos, Hernandez on Rubio, spinning. Shot high off the glass, no. Matos fighting for the rebound, pulls it out of there. Strong work by Matos. English off the glass and in. George Matos scores. Lawler, he launches the long two. That misses. Rebound, Hernandez. Puerto Rico by 5. 12-9, 4:11 to play, and another whistle.
And the guy's got his back to the basket, you know, all the way to the half-court line right there. You got to play better defense than that. You know, there's perhaps 2 fouls that you could have called there. And here, too, you know, down low. So that's Matos. We see his reaction like, yeah, give me that all day. But if you're Chile, you got to brush up your technique here and stop fouling.
Hernandez gets the second free throw to fall, and it's 13-7. Still plenty of time. All the fouls this game taking quite a while in real time. Now Diaz, the beautiful find underneath. A little too much spin on the ball for Hernandez, but he draws the foul.
So curl situation, good job. Good job by Puerto Rico, and a good job there by Guillermo Diaz in finding the roller and Luis Hernandez. So you got to decide if you're going to on that curl. Usually what you have is you would have your big show to protect the shooter, you know, kind of deny the shooter coming through. This time Puerto Rico didn't do neither. They allowed Diaz to come through the curl, and then they half a double. So they found Diaz found Hernandez down low. You got to make a sharper decision. Are we switching on that, or are we denying the passes?
And now Hernandez missing both free throws, so it stays 13-7. 4 minutes to play. Stolen away by Rubio. Rubio loses it to Diaz. Now Matos feeds Hernandez, banging on Rubio, and up and in for Luis Hernandez, the 34-year-old from Añasco. The two won't go, but Lawler the long rebound. Hesitation move, driving on Hernandez up off the top of the backboard. He wanted a whistle, didn't get it. Now the drive, Diaz off the square, reverse and in. And now Puerto Rico by 8, 15-7. Rubio guarded by Diaz, launches the two, that's no good, and Matos the rebound, feeding Hernandez inside. Nice find by Matos. He wanted to shoot that three from the corner, instead found his big underneath, and now Puerto Rico rolling 16-7. T-Bone has his shot blocked. Luis Hernandez doing the Dikembe Mutombo. No.
He is, man. He is doing the Mutombo, and he's doing everything else too, man. He's a big body inside, plays super hard. You see right there coming from that weak side defense, just a clean block, and say, not today, my friend, but also on the offensive end. Craig, Luis Hernandez, you know, obviously we can see Guillermo Diaz and he's smoothness to the game, and Jorge Matos, but number 15, the big body inside, Luis Hernandez, an extremely valuable player for this Puerto Rico team.
Puerto Rico 16, Chile 7, 2:56 on the clock.
Third of 4 quarterfinals. One semi already set on the men's side, USA versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad obviously going to be a heavy underdog in that one. The women's semis are set, USA, Canada, and Brazil, Colombia. Our next quarter coming up after this game, if it ever ends, is going to be Canada, Brazil. That one's going to be fun. Now Diaz, and another whistle.
And you know, Craig, once we get into this side of the bracket, you know, the playoff bracket, we usually say, you know, regular season is one thing. There's a different tournament once we get to the playoffs. And we're getting a little bit of this here. You know, both teams, both countries know what's on the line. That's why this game has been so physical. The referees have had to really, you see there, the 23 fouls called already in this game. So really, it's because people know what's on the line, so they're giving their heart, playing super hard. You just have to brush up the technique. You know, it's perfect as a basketball coach. You want your team to go all out and play hard, be intense, but obviously don't foul. You know, so this is the only adjustment I would do if I'm Chile. But beside that, both squads really giving their countries something to honor.
Matos, another two-point attempt, misses that one as well. Another offensive rebound for Puerto Rico as they look to close out Chile, leading 18-7. Matos throwing it up top to Diaz. Shot clock at 1. Diaz puts it up. Got a good shot off. Now Matos, the offensive rebound. My goodness, Puerto Rico crashing the glass. Matos for two, missed that one as well. Rebound underneath Josue Arazo, and he scores. And now Puerto Rico can win it with a deuce. Rubio, no foul as Arazo was inside the restricted area. Matos for the win. Rings out. Rebound Tebow. Inside 2 minutes to play. Diaz into the corner now. Arazo for the win. Hits the side of the backboard. Outside to Rubio. He launches the two. That misses. Rebound Arazo. Gets it back out. Matos again for the win. Missed. Matos, the offensive rebound, lays it in, and now Puerto Rico, a basket of any kind, will win it. Guerra hits the two-pointer, and it's 20-10. And now that ball dribbled off the foot. And then a foul after the dribble off the foot.
So both of these teams have played so hard this game, Craig, that, you know, they get a little tired, a little sloppy here in the end. We see a couple of perhaps long shots or even decisions that they would not be making in the beginning of the game. Everybody trying to go for that outside shot rather than the inside ones and ones. But Puerto Rico looks like they're going to close things out here, you know, with a 20-10 lead. And then see there, Matos, how did he play hard, man? Beautiful rebound. And let everybody know, there you go, young fella. That's exactly how Puerto Ricans play, man. They are tough, tough, tough people, you know, and Matos showing them all their heart.
So Tebow to the free throw line. Missing. I don't know that it would have mattered, but Chile has missed a lot of free throws in this game. And another miss. So Chile with the ball. Minute 20 to play, trailing by 10. Nice ball fake by Rubio. He gets the easy lay-in. Now Diaz looking for the win. Goes between the legs, loses the handle. Matos gets it back. A high arcer, it won't fall in. Back out. Here's Lawler, the easy lay-in, and it's 20-12 inside of a minute to play now. Durasu handing it to Matos. George on the drive. Little spin, high off the glass, no. Two-pointer by Ura, no. Lawler gets it back. He launches the deuce from the wing, hits the backboard. Up top to Diaz. Diaz, the layup for the win, and Puerto Rico will advance to the semis with a 21-11 win over Chile.
Couple of missed outside shots from both of these squads, you know. A bit of a sloppy defense here to finish it up, but then the Diaz taking a full advantage of that, you know, just saw a lane and took it in to make sure Puerto Rico gets this 21 point. This is going to be a team that's going to be tough to beat, so Puerto Rico, as expected too, you know, a lot of history, again, from their basketball federation in their country. So Puerto Rico beating Chile to advance to the semifinal, Craig. And this will be, and they're going to play the winners of the next contest here, who is heavyweights as well, Canada, Brazil. So this side of the bracket really loaded.
Hope you've been enjoying this one. This has been so much fun these past 3 days here in Miami. As we get the introductions for the next game.
Yeah, we can have a little pronunciation game here, Craig, you know, as a PA announcer. Try to pronounce these Brazilian names. So I'll give nobody no clue. And let's see who, let's see the Jonathan Gimelo, André Ferros, Leonardo Branquinho, and William. I'm sorry that the screen just closed on me. Let me pull it up here for a second. William Weyerman as well. So 4 Brazilians there ready to play against this Canadian team who really plays hard, man, especially this young man right here, Gil. Man, is he a force to be dealt with? And number 3, Alex Johnson. I mean, if you haven't seen him play yet, tune in, watch out, because Alex Johnson can put up numbers in a hurry. He's got the outside shot and the drive. So this will be a very, very good game coming up. These teams could easily have been playing in the finals. They're going to face each other here on the quarterfinals, but good squads facing up early on the playoff bracket.
To button up the final numbers on the Puerto Rico-Chile quarter, Guillermo Diaz 8 points, Josue Arasu 4 points, Luis Hernandez 5, George Matos with 4 for Puerto Rico. For Chile, Lucas Thibault 2, Carlos Lawler 5, Kevin Rubio 3, and Boris Guerra had 2. Angel Hernandez drops the coin. Again for Canada, number 1, Dele Ogundekan. Number 3, Alex Johnson. Number 6, Bikramjit Gill, the bearded king, a legend in 3-on-3. And then one of the most experienced 3-on-3 players in the world, Jordan Jensen White. As we get a look at our officials for this one, Angel Martinez and Felipe Valenzuela. Brazil coming into this one seeded 4th. Canada seeded 3rd overall. Canada got here by defeating Mexico 22-9 and then Guyana 21-9. And Brazil fell to the USA 19-15 and defeated Guatemala 21-14. So here's Ferros. Nice pass from Branquinho to Melo. And Brazil on top 1-0. Gill. One-hand pass underneath to Jensen White, but a little too much salsa on that one, and it goes out of bounds.
Too much salsa, Craig, because, this Brazilian team, you have to match their intensity. We see it on the women's side. We also see it on the men's side. These are guys who are in tip-top shape. They have the partnership with the Naval Academy. As we see their Naval Academy tattoos in their arms, so these are guys that are within service. So as well, they're super intense. Or if you're Canada, you got to match that all the way. And that's the reason why he fumbled that first pass inside, was because the Brazilian defender was right with him.
I guess a pass for a South American or Caribbean team might have some salsa on it, but I guess the Canadians, maybe say it had a lot of poutine on it.
Had poutine on it, if you're a Canadian, or if you're a Brazilian, you might say they had feijoada on it, man. We can go on with that one because these cultures, both these countries, and I'm suspect to talk about them. Both of these countries are dear to my heart. Obviously having the citizenship of both countries. So glad to see them here competing at this level. And let's see who's going to come out on top, my friend. This is a good one here.
Gundikan misses the free throw attempt, and Weyerman loses the handle, goes out of bounds. Weyerman is nicknamed the Weatherman. A couple of the cooler nicknames in this tournament. The Bearded King, Bikramjit Gill. Oh my goodness! Speaking of the Bearded King, royally dunks that one, and now Melo underneath for the easy lay-in. Victor, that one got you up out of your seat.
Are you kidding, my friend? I'm
again.
still standing up, man. He took that down the lane and was not going to be denied no matter what happened in South Beach. What a beautiful dunk. We got to get a replay out of that one.
Action fast and furious. We haven't had a chance for a replay, but I can promise you that one's going to be on the post-tournament highlight reel. A little bump on the shot there. Johnson misses. Brazil on top, 3-1. A two-pointer missing by Branquinho. Jensen White, cross-court, pass intercepted by Weyerman. And now a foul by Alex Johnson.
Yeah, and Jensen that time, he just picked up his dribble in the corner, so he was stuck, had nowhere to go. Cross-court pass and had a turnover.
Queiroz. The two-pointer missing. Ball goes out of bounds. It'll be Canada ball. .801 to play. 3-1 in favor of Brazil. Back out to Ogundekin, no. Rebound Melo. Up top to Ferros. And now a whistle away from the ball as I think Melo and Ogundekin were saying hello to each other away from the ball.
The detail. So Melo got the ball down low. He could have easily have it cleared himself. So what he does is he throws a quick outlet pass and keeps bodying the defender to try to get that position. And Brazil hit him with the pass right there. See, once again, talk about that ceiling that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That is just a tactic, a strategy that the Brazilians do so well. We see them do that on the women's side and on the men's side, and it makes a difference when teams don't have this strategy, you know, because it's kind of like their transition play. Rather than you going up the court, what you doing is you just get in an angle to receive that pass and be able to finish.
Gill whistled for the foul. 14 fouls on Canada already. And now another whistle as Ferros and Johnson were tangled up.
Moving screen in Canada the play before. Then the referee saw the same action. He said, hold on a second, I just called that. And we're going to call it again in Brazil too. So back-to-back offensive fouls for both of these squads. You see Johnson, count the bucket because he was waiting for the contact. You see, he could have easily gone. He knew that there's going to be enough contact coming from the left, so he just waited for that, and now he's going to try to go for the two-point play.
Foul on Weyerman. And Canada can get to within one. Free throw missed, and it remains a two-point deficit. Here's Weyerman for two, missing.
Rare two, and we cannot blame the wind because, I mean, he had a clear look from the top of the key, my friend, and just came up short.
Flags are fluttering a little bit. Wind going, I guess, from top to bottom. We've seen a lot of left to right and right to left breezes. Nothing really has impacted the shooting too terribly much. This is about as much as we've seen the flags move this entire tournament. Of course, we are open to the outside. It is covered, but it is suspect to some breezes going through this AT&T East Plaza outside FTX Arena in beautiful downtown Miami.
So, Craig, you know,
at Melo's lay-in.
Just like, you know, when you get teams like this that are, you know, high expectations from themselves, and you see right there, what a beautiful replay. I got to get that one again. 1-2, my friend, and see you later. I mean, talk about a beautiful dunk. But, you know, both of these teams, Craig, really kind of starting out this game, studying each other. You know, they're trying to make sure that they establish the physical game. And now, hopefully, with a little bit of sweat, they're going to get more comfortable. We're going to see more scoring.
Nice job by Branquinho to protect the ball going up against Gill. And now the lob inside to Gill, tipped out of bounds by Melo. And I miscredited that thunderous dunk to Vikramjit Gill. It was actually Jordan Jensen White.
I mean, the man took flight, you know, pretty much Air Canada.
Yes, he did.
Are you kidding me?
Now the two-point attempt, no good. Haven't seen a lot of really sharp two-point shooting today, Victor. By any team, men's or women's.
I think it's because of the intensity of the defense, Craig, here being a playoff game. You see guys having to play all the way up top, so no clean looks.
And
here's the example right there.
And
here's the example right there, Craig. You know, you have guys playing all the way up top.
And here's Ferros, and I'm not sure he doesn't. Oh, maybe the foul was on Braquillo, because I certainly don't think that Ferros did anything there.
Yeah, but Braquillo with enough
might have been
contact.
Braquillo coming in from behind. Yeah, no wonder Ferros was so confused.
And the thing, too, is once Alex Johnson, once he goes up, really you don't have any leeway for contact, except if you're going to challenge the ball up top and, go palm to palm. But beside that, you really have to respect his cylinder as a shooter.
Both free throws good. And now Canada back to within 2, 6-4. Melo on the handoff to the weatherman. Trying to shake Johnson. Long two-point attempt. Off the top of the glass, no good. Johnson turns it over to Ferros. And Wehrman with the easy lay-in off the transition bucket. 7-4 in favor of Brazil. Now the two-pointer short. That's going to be Brazil ball.
Here's Braquillo with both of their.
In.
You see, they pass to the right, handoff, and they're going to come with an action again. Yeah, backdoor play, got it stolen, but they knew exactly what they were doing. They were looking for that backdoor play.
But Gundogan turns it over on the move. Braquillo into the lane with the right hand. And the offensive foul as Jordan Jensen-White outside that restricted area. Nice rotation on the defense by Jensen-White to step in front of Braquillo and take the charge.
Yeah, nice rotation indeed.
Now 5.5 minutes to play.
Especially, Craig, because on the 3-on-3, different than the 5-on-5, it's harder for you to come through on the weak side to help, So good job there from Canada and being able to step through and take that charge.
Nice pick and roll. Results in an easy bucket for Gill. Wehrman misses. And now the rebound to Johnson. Johnson, the bump by Melo, no call. Gill for two, missing. Rebound, Ferros. Stolen away. Long two-point attempt, no. And Ferros, this time called for the two-point attempt foul and a timeout on the floor. 8th and final quarterfinal on the day. The semis mostly set. For the women, it's going to be USA, Canada, and then Brazil, Colombia. On the men's side, it's going to be USA, Trinidad and Tobago, and then Puerto Rico will take on the winner of this contest between Canada and Brazil. We'll do the women's semis first, and then the men's. Don't go anywhere. Still a lot of exciting basketball to play. Alongside my partner, Victor Mansoure, I'm Craig Feda. Tournament coming to you live from Miami. AT&T East Plaza outside FTX Arena. Tough shot there move by, Jordan Jensen-White.
Man, he knew the defender were coming. He just held strong with it, took the hit, impact, and still had enough strength to finish that play. So good job here by Jordan Jensen-White.
Melo. I don't know if that was blocked from behind on the shot by Wehrman or if he was trying to get a pass off. But here's a two-pointer missed by Jensen White.
Crucial moment of the game, Craig, with 4:19, a one-point game. You know, the team that in the next 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here can get control, put themselves in a good position. So crucial moments.
Ronquillo. And a foul away from the ball as Melo and...
Man, I'll tell you what, Melo's a tough matchup, my friend. Look at him. He just gets positioned down low. Not much you can do, man, you know, or try to front him and he still seal you. So Melo's like, look like you have to move like a tree, man. He's a strong puppy.
Blocked by Gill, but a foul called, and
look at Angel.
Camera guy
Always knows what's going on, helping out the players and helping out our cameraman right there. As a little bit of a burn, a little bit of a twist, but no major injuries. You see right there, 1-2, and they're going to have a...
into your lap. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, my friend? That was a foul. You know, catch your breath here and see if you can knock down this shot. But what a great game we're having here so far, Craig.
Ferros to the free throw line with Brazil on top by 1. Relatively low scoring game, but again, as the game winds down, we see points tend to come in bunches. And again, we've seen a lot of free throws missed today too.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a function of, again, playing so many games in just a short period of time? Granted, they're not full-length 40-minute games, but you're still playing a lot of basketball in a short period of time. Very intense. Just don't have the legs under you.
Yeah, I think so. I think a factor is your legs. And the second factor is, you know, what you're shooting for. So people do understand there's a little bit of a pressure here. So, you know, having legs on back-to-back games and, you know, knowing how to control this pressure is vital.
Oh, big drive there by Melo with the shot clock winding down to give Brazil the 8-6 lead. And now Ogundekin loses Ferros and gets the easy lay-in. Little stop and go from Ronquillo. Gill the rebound. Martinez and Valenzuela, the officials confer on possession there. And a timeout on the floor. Once again, the next, or rather the first semifinal coming up immediately following this game, USA-Canada. That one's going to be fun. All these semis are going to be fun coming up. USA-Canada, Brazil-Colombia on the women's side, and then USA-Trinidad on the men's side, followed by Puerto Rico against the winner of this game. Really, all of these games, except maybe USA-Trinidad, are going to be close. And even USA-Trinidad, if Akil Boyd works his magic as we've seen, USA can get a little frustrated. Now Gill off the nice feed, and Canada within 1, 8-9. Here's Ferros driving on Gill, getting it out to Wehrman. Wehrman loses it. Ticked out of bounds, and 1.2 left on the shot clock.
And Brazil, uncharacteristic. Last 2 scores by Canada, they have given them an open lane. So perhaps the legs that we were talking about are the lack
another
of.
3-point miss. Yeah, Wehrman didn't look like he really elevated on that.
As we heard the announcer, you know, announcing in a Miami Heat basketball player, Duncan Robinson, that can flat out shoot, my friend. Maybe perhaps one of the best shooters in the league is in the stands right now watching this game.
Ferros over to Branquinho. Oh, he had Melo for a moment, but the defense closed. And a nice take by Branquinho. Brazil back up 2. Hand off to Johnson, out of bounds. And it'll be Brazil ball.
Pressure work. The ball pressure work, unable to get that handoff to Johnson. That's why Brazil is celebrating. They get a turnover out of nothing.
Ferros out to Branquinho. Long jumper. I think that would have only been good for 1. Missed. Here's Johnson. Lob inside to Gill. A beautiful find from Johnson to Gill. And Canada back to within 1 at 10-9.
Generated confusion on that pick and roll, and then the rescreen. Brazil was not quick enough, and the big 2-point here shot just not quick enough for that switch.
Branquinho hits the long range J, and Brazil back on top 3. Gill for the answer. 12-11 now, and as we said, the points start to come in bunches as the clock winds down. Saved in bounds by Johnson. But it'll be out of bounds as Ogundekin could not keep possession, and it's actually Ogundekin did throw it off the Brazilian defender. So it is Canada ball. Here comes Johnson driving down the left side, gets past Wehrman, misses the layup.
That's where you got to use the glass. Yeah, but that's where you got to use the glass, you know, because independent of the strength, it's going to go in.
Ferros working on the smaller defender, got a little bit too far underneath the bucket, had an awkward angle and could not complete the layup. So both teams missing layups here, and now a foul before the shot on the weatherman. 6th team foul for Brazil now. Canada with 7.
And Alex Johnson does have a tendency to go to that left. So if you're Brazil, you got to know this and try to push him to the right. So a close finish here, Craig. All the possessions are going to count. So the ones that can execute and be smart with the decision making are going to come up on top.
Gill with the easy layup, and we are tied at 12. 1 minute to play. Gill might have gotten a piece of that one. Ogundekin outside to Jensen White. Step back 2. Missed wide right. Rebound Melo. Melo on the drive. Up over Jensen White and scores. Now Ogundekin for the 2-point attempt. No, rebound Melo. 35 seconds to play. Brazil by 1. Here's Melo. Up over Gill. Count the bucket, says Angel Martinez.
Hey, if we can get a replay of this, Craig, you know, Melo with a very hard work down low to get the rebound on that seal, gets it back out right away, goes for the pick and roll, and doesn't even hesitate after the pick and roll to roll to the basket and get it back. So these are type of plays where we saw the N1, but there will be no stats for what he's doing rather than you look at how he's covering ground. So that last play right there can be the difference maker for Brazil. So give Melo credit, you know, to playing the game the right way and playing the game within the system.
So the back-to-back three-pointers by Branquinho and Gill. Floater by Alex Johnson.
Brazil has given up about 3 layups for Canada, just wide open layups. Not sure what the strategy is there. They're going to have to adjust that one. So 2 big shots here for Brazil.
30.6 to play. Actually 30.6 on our graphic. The official game clock, 30 seconds even. First free throw by Melo misses. Second shot rattles out. Both those free throws a little flat. Big play by Alex Johnson to get Canada back to within 1 at 13-14. Inside 20 seconds. Wehrman holding. Shot clock at 2. Wehrman, the long two-pointer, rings out. Rebound Gill. Almost out of bounds, but he's able to track it back down. For the win. Little too strong. Rebound to Wehrman and the foul called. And Brazil can ice this one from the free throw line.
I'm pretty sure everybody in the arena right now holding their breath as when Alex Johnson went up for that shot. He had a clean look to nail it, to seal it, to ice it down, but just a bit too much, too strong, and missed everything.
Daniel Martinez swapping out the ball. So now Wehrman, the weatherman, can send Canada into a deep freeze here. First free throw good. He can make it a 2-possession game with 2.4 seconds to play. Wehrman eyes it and hits it. 16-13 Brazil. And Brazil is on to the semis where they will take on Puerto Rico with a 16-13 win over Team Canada. So we are on to the semis. Just a tremendous game between these two deep, experienced squads, Canada and Brazil. Brazil coming out on top. Brazil, the defending silver medalists in this tournament. Canada took 5th last year. They were hoping for some hardware.
And the hardware we're going to get is definitely that dunk there from Jordan Jensen White. I'll take that poster over in my living room. But are you kidding me? What a basketball game we had. Exactly what we expected, down to the wire, you know, last second shots. Unfortunately, just one of these teams get advanced, and it's going to be Brazil today. But no shame from the Canada side. This is actually the first game they lose. It's too bad that they lose it in the playoffs. So a very good basketball team, 3x3, Canada and Brazil well represented.
Got some youngsters out there shooting as we get ready for the first semifinal between Team USA and Canada. Again, so